Talk Show. Recorded live.
By Power B48, my Hotep. Welcome to Feet on the Ground Radio. It's Tuesday. We got a nice show lined up for you. This is Brother Bourne. We're getting it in. I'd like to come in with the Praise Nat Turner, Praise Harriet Tubman, Glory to Garvey and Ida B. Wells, and along with the spirit of Khalid Abdul Muhammad. This is the Fanny Lou Hamer. So, with that said, let's go ahead and start this thing. Glory, getting everything together, getting our chat room opened up. We got a special tonight. We're going to be dealing with the Germ Man, known to some as the German, but the Germ Man is who we're going to be dealing with tonight. One of the most filthiest beings on this planet, someone that we deal with directly on a regular basis, a regular competitive basis as a people. And what we want to do is tonight we're going to have a brother come in, drop us some powerful information on dealing with this beast, and some historical aspects and concepts. And so hopefully, we have a good dialogue. So we're just going to open everything up, open my lines up, see who in there. Sure, we got the brother in there already. So we just starting it off. But we have we having a nice night. It's let me get everything together. Get my co-host in here.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Dr. Palm.
All right. Before you, Dr. Palm, this is Brother Bourne right here, the main host.
How you doing, Brother Bourne?
All right, I'm doing well. I was just introing you and letting the people know what we had going on tonight.
Okay.
All right, the brother's already in. He's locked in. So we having Dr. Palm, and he's going to come in and give us a breakdown on the Germ Man, and I guess a little history of the Germ Man in his own country, and also dealing with the Germ Man here. But Dr. Palm has a website, Prose Proper. That's PROSEPROPER, where he gives up information dealing with the law, helping you and helping the people figure out how they're going to be able to work this law for their own self. And so we welcome the brother in. He's going. We got connected with him through our brother Little and our brother Mikara. Happened by chance meeting, but most things that seem to be by chance are really meant to happen. So them brothers met each other out in the LA street, and from that dialogue, we got this brother right on in here. So, Dr. Palm, how are you?
I'm very fine, sir, and thank you for inviting me on your show. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate you coming in. I definitely appreciate you coming in. Like I said, our brother Little, he spoke highly of you, just telling us that, everything about you. Like, listen, you got to talk to the brother. He's powerful. They just, like I said, they were feeling extra good about just dealing with you. Period. So with that being said, I'm just like, hey, I said, well, look, man, we're gonna let the brother in, and we'll get it in nice tonight.
Right on. Let me start off by giving you a little background of me, who I am.
All right.
Do you recall back in 2004 when mobile devices were first able to connect to the internet?
Yeah, I recollect that.
At that time, the mobile phones, when you would access a website, it would pull in the desktop version of the website.
Mm-hmm.
So it made on the small screen, so it made searching the internet a horrible experience. So in 2004, I wrote the code to fix that, and today, anytime you access the internet, you just scroll up and down. Well, I wrote that code to make that possible. I'm a doctor of law and also a doctor of IT, information technology. I also have a master's in multimedia. And I'm also an armchair archaeologist. I've been studying for about 40 years. And during my search, I came across information pertaining to a reality that I was not aware of, and that is based upon the fact that we've been taught that our ancestors were enslaved by the white man. However, who is the white man? When you look into the history of who the people that came to this country, we're told they're pilgrims. We're told they're hillbillies. We're told they're cowboys. But in reality, they are the Germanic tribe. Our ancestors were enslaved by the Germanic tribe in this country. Mm-hmm. When you look into the Germanic tribe's mythology and what they believed before they were introduced to Christianity, they had their own mythology and their own deity that they worshiped. And this deity was called Odin. Odin has three names. The most popular that are known, and actually he has about 100 different names, and he's known as a trickster deity. And one of the names is Odin. The other one is Woden, W-O-D-A-N, and the other one is Godin, G-O-D-A-N. Now, the Germanic tribe consists of Sweden, Denmark, Germany, and quite a few other European nations. Mm-hmm. Where we see them as Europeans, they're actually the Germanic tribe. However, the Lombardi branch of the Germanic tribe, when they first came into contact with the Latin missionaries who introduced them to the Latin Bible, in that Bible it states, in the beginning, D-I, D-E-U-S, said, let there be light. However, when you look up the etymology of Dios, it goes back to Zeus. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, at that time when they came into contact with each other, the Lombards, who called Odin Godin, had dropped the A-N, and Odin's name in that part of the Germanic kingdom, the deity was named God. So when the Latin missionaries introduced them to the Latin Bible, they switched out the word Dios for God. In the beginning, God created or said, let there be light. So when you look at the name God is a Germanic name. And that's where, yes.
Hold up, brother. I wanted to ask a question just for a little bit of clarity. When you say the Germanic tribe, that includes like the Visigoths and the Vandals? Right.
Those are all the Germanic tribes.
All right. I just wanted to add that just for some clarity for people in the audience, so that just a couple other names so they can know who you're talking about.
For sure, and two, for those that are listening, if they want to look it up, all they have to do is type in Germanic tribes, and it give them a whole list of who are members of the Germanic tribe. But they are the barbarians that they produce documentaries on some of the channels that show documentaries about ancient, or not ancient, but the medieval times of Europe. Mm-hmm. They're the Germanic people, and that's who enslaved our people, not the white man. The Germanic tribe enslaved our ancestors here. So nonetheless, they switched out the name Dios and put in God, which refers to their deity, Odin. And then when our ancestors were enslaved here, as maybe not everyone of y'all knows, but our ancestors were not allowed to read. And they were only given one book, and that was the Bible with their deity's name in it, God. And that's how we got it. Now, for those that don't know, the English language, which is a Germanic language, in reality, during this interview, we're speaking English, but in reality, we're speaking German.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at every day of the week, if anyone in your audience looks up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, they'll discover that each day is named after a German deity.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're speaking German, a German language. The word God, that's German. Every day of the week is German. And that's what we are watching on television, are German. So we're in a German culture.
Yeah, we're in a German culture, the Germ Man culture. You're saying that was, when you were saying voting, that was the first thing I thought of was Wednesday.
Which represents the deity Odin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So everything is German in this culture. So we have their German deity named God every day of the week, and that's the language that we're speaking. And we've been indoctrinated to believe that it's something other than what it actually is. When you look at the history starting with Kemet, which is our brothers through DNA, Kemet is the most knowledgeable culture from ancient times. And when you look into it, you'll find that, for instance, when it states in the Bible, and God spoke creation into existence, our ancestors wrote about that thousands of years and said that through our ancient mythology that Ptah spoke creation into existence thousands of years before the Bible was even written. The Genesis story was written around 400 B.C. Ptah was written about in about 3400 B.C. So these stories are built upon our ancestors' knowledge and then fed back to us as something that's true through the Germanic culture's mythology.
Mm.
When we look at the name Jesus, for those that don't know, the letter J did not come into the English language, which is a Germanic language, till around 1500 A.D., around the time that Columbus supposedly discovered America. So since it came into the English language and it's Jesus, English is a Germanic language, therefore Jesus is a Germanic word. It's German. So now when you look at our ancestors' mythology, the Hebrews, or Jews just for conversation's sake, because there wasn't no Jews back then, that's a made-up German word. But in their story, they say that Moses was raised by Pharaoh. And when you look at what Moses was supposedly to receive the Ten Commandments, that's pretty much Ma'at, which is 42 confessions of faith, or 42 confessions to just state that you have not done, you have not stolen, you have not committed adultery. This is where the foundation of the Bible, of the Muslim faith, of all of the religions that are here, the Mormon faith, because they speak of Jesus and God, but they have their own philosophy, their own mythology. The different aspects of the Baptist Church, which is actually founded by a German, Martin Luther. Matter of fact, Martin Luther wrote a treatise about the Jews, and he stated that the Jews should be destroyed. The founder of the Baptist Church, which is the biggest Protestant denomination in America, that's founded by a German. When you look at the saying, ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will open, all of that was added to the Bible by a German man named William Tinsdale. He put that in the Bible. Those are his words. It's ironic that when churches teach that you have to have faith, when you ask and you shall receive, you have to have faith that you shall receive. And when it turns out you don't receive, then they tell you don't have enough faith, which is ironic because it's not from a deity. It's from a German, you see. So in looking at what everything actually is, for instance, the Holy of Holies in the Jewish, just for demonstration or just for conversation, well, just use the term Jewish, they said that their priests went into the Holy of Holies. Well, what did they do in that Holy of Holies when they went in there? The way it worked, they had what's called the Urim and the Thummim, which are two stones. One stone represents yes, and the other stone represents no. So what they would do is, in order to get a question answered from this deity in the Holy of Holies, supposedly, you would ask a yes or no question, and then the priest would go behind this curtain of the Holy of Holies, reach into a bag, and pull out a stone. So if the question you ask, if you pull out an Urim, your answer would be yes. If you pull out the Thummim, your answer would be no, and then he would come out from behind those curtains and say, "Thus saith the Lord." Your answer is this. It didn't come from no Lord. It came from two stones he had in a pouch when he went behind that curtain. So, and I'm not going for that. That doesn't sound too true for me to follow something like that. But when you just look behind the curtain, then you just see that we're in a mess.
Yeah, Dr. Palm, if you could,
yes.
Dr. Palm, I just wanted to cut in real fast just to put some words to the listening audience. Listening audience, we having a little bit of complication with our chat room today. So for those who are coming in, mute your mics. We're going to listen to Dr. Palm. We're going to make sure, give them at least an hour and change it, go ahead and break this Germ Man down. And then if so, Dr. Palm, if so, we want to get some questions in from the audience, if they have any questions or clarity, and just, get the conversation going as a communal conversation also after like an hour or so.
That'd be great.
All right, then.
Matter of fact, I'm over in East LA at Lincoln Park at the with my best friend, Mr. Henry Tillman, the 1984 heavyweight Olympic champion. First man to defeat Mike Tyson twice. And we're over here at the Golden Gloves.
Oh, all right. Well,
yeah.
We'll celebrate, we said Black Power, We definitely, and I think I might have been a brother. Was that the brother who was with you when you met Brother Little?
Yes, that was Mr. Henry Tillman.
All right. That's he let us know. He let us know that. Yep, exactly. All right, then. Well, definitely, Charles. Give the brother our well wishes.
I sure will. Right after this interview, I'm going to go back into the fight. But getting back to the subject at hand, we just need to dig deeper to get a clear understanding of what things actually are, in order to get to reality. Our ancestors laid a beautiful story, and it's been demonized, turned into something that it's not. In ancient Kemet, there's no such thing as worship. There's no such word for that. There's no such word for religion. It was not a religion that they were following. They were following abstract concepts of nature. Mm-hmm. For instance, Ra, that's just like saying the sun. They didn't worship the sun. They gave props to the sun because they knew that it was the sun that made everything grow. So they gave props to it.
Exactly.
When it comes to, and then the Germanic tribe, they turned it into saying that Ra and Osiris, Maat, these concepts were false gods. When the word God didn't come into being until around 400 A.D. That's 400 years after the so-called Christ character. So they applied that to our ancient ancestors' knowledge to demonize it. One of the things that our ancestors were aware of, there were 1,500 different elements that our ancestors were aware of. And what the Germanic tribe did is that they took the most popular elements, like the sun, the moon, and so forth, space, which our ancestors called none, and they called them little or false gods with a little g. Then as they went down the list, and the less popular elements that our ancestors knew of, they called those elements demons, to demonize it. They were not demons. Those were elements that our ancestors were aware of. They took a book that they found in a lot of ancient Kemet burial places, and the book, they gave it a raunchy, demonized name. In about 1890 A.D., when they did this, and the actual name of the book is Coming Forth by Day, but they called the book of the Dead. So anybody that's been indoctrinated in Christianity is not going to read that book. You see? But when you look at the book to find out what it actually is, it's a beautiful book that shows their mythology and concept of what happens after death. It was mythology that each culture had. There's 4,000 religions in the world, and each one is a mythology. In reality, no one knows how we got here. No one knows exactly. But we have 4,000 different mythologies that will give you a mythology. And all mythologies have to bow down to the human, you see. Because as humans, there's right.
They're created. Yeah, exactly. As humans created. The mythologies don't create people. People create mythology.
Right. Therefore, the mythologies are beneath us. We control them. And that's what gives we power when you understand what they are. You have power over them. There's no mythology that's greater than a human being. That's because a human being is real. But mythology is a story made up. It's not real. So you have to be able to not have fear to gather all of the facts of what you're actually believing. Surely there's nothing wrong with having all of the facts pertaining to what you believe. And when you have all of the facts, then you make a decision, not just with parts of the facts. It's just like, for instance, the Gospels in the New Testament. They don't know who wrote those. They don't know who wrote Matthew, Luke, Mark, Luke, and John. They don't know who wrote those books, but they put them out there saying this is the Word of God, and don't even know who wrote it. It's like, for instance, what's on some of these, like the Discovery Channel right now. They discovered a book called the Gospel of Mary. However, the Catholic Church has come out saying, well, we can't accept that book because we don't know who wrote it. Well, if you apply that same logic, why did you accept Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? You don't know who wrote those either. So,
and then on top of that, you just said that, the J wasn't even introduced until the 1500s. So who the hell? Who was John?
Right. So it's a wonderful search. You just can't be afraid to look. These denominations and nonprofit organizations that they put together, they have put fear in the people through the Bible so that they won't look. But if you look, you'll find out. Or even if you try to prove the Bible to be true, what you'll find is that you can't prove one thing. and the writers and the scholars that have studied it knows this. They know that the people are indoctrinated into false beliefs that are not true at all. If they were true, surely it could be proven. Not one thing in those books can be proven. Nothing. All a person has to do is try to prove it, and you'll see what you'll find. You can't prove it. But what you will find is that the information that are in those books comes from ancient mythologies, which our ancient ancestors through DNA and through at Kemet, you find out where they got the concepts from. It's like, for instance, they called the Bible, the stories in the Bible, scripture. However, people don't know that a lot of those scriptures are poems from ancient Kemet. Those were poems, not scriptures. So it brings you to a reality of what things actually are so that you can make an intelligent decision and get free from the fear of the fictitious place called hell. Matter of fact, the dramatic deity Odin, his daughter is named Hel. You see? So they made hell up to be a place to put fear in human beings. However, it's not a reality. People that attend churches and have experiences where they're feeling things, seeing things, that's strange because none of it's true. When you do the research and find out the other facts about how the culture that we're in, our culture is worshiping a deity named God, whose other name is Odin, which is a Germanic deity of the Germanic people, which the people in England are Germanic people. They're called England. The people in England, they are the Angles. That's their original name, Angles. They moved into Great Britain and brought the word God with them. And then they changed it. It was called Angleland. And then they changed it to England. You see? But those are Germanic people that are in England. They're not English people. They're Germanic people. That's a Germanic tribe that has taken over the world. And when you look at the belief system of their deity Odin, he is
hold on. Hold on one second. Excuse me. We got some background noise. Like I said, we have a problem with our chat room tonight. So everybody who is listening is online. Please be cautious that we can hear your background noise. Can you please mute your line? Have respect for the brother on the line tonight, and I do apologize to the family out there because our chat room seems to be down tonight. Well, go ahead, brother, Dr. Paul.
So there's a great deal of knowledge that has not been shared with the public at large, and it's not going to be, because if society was to research and to find out some of the things that I'm speaking of, the churches would empty. And this is why they don't want that knowledge known. For instance,
I cannot. Hold on. I'm trying to get into our chat room, man. For some reason, our chat room won't let me in, and so I can't get to the lines to mute the lines out. And I apologize for that. But please, if you on this line, please mute your microphone. And if not, this is just going haywire because I just hear this thing going off in the background. And I don't know what's going on today, but I could not get into our chat room. So I have no control over that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Palm, I apologize. I normally shouldn't be able to control our chat room and be able to close that down, but for some reason today they don't want us to talk about the Germ Man. I'll tell you what. If you would like, I would love to be on your show again and do this again. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, because I don't know what's going on, but our brother Little told us that you will be available for next Thursday at this same time. And
yes, I will be.
Yeah, and I would love for you to come back in. We can get onto this topic right here, and also I would love to hear some of that information on Pro Se, because that I think is some vital information for our people, because we are doing a lot of litigating. We're fighting a lot in the courtroom, and we need to be prepared and armed with as much knowledge as possible in order to combat the devil when we're in there fighting against him.
Oh, in a real way.
Yes.
The knowledge is available free. However, there's a stigma that is difficult to understand, which is not. It's ABC stuff. They just make it appear difficult. But the law is a beautiful thing when you know how to use it to your benefit. One of the subjects that I wanted to speak about as a pro se litigant concerning African American men is that we're being stereotyped in public accommodations, all these stores throughout Los Angeles, Orange County. I know I've experienced walking into a store and people that aren't black would address me by the term boss, but they would take the word and make it derogatory by saying, "What's up, boss?" in a very nasty, demeaning manner. Mm-hmm. And what I've noticed is that the word boss has now replaced the word nigger. So, and they use it so in such a nasty manner that that word is being used to stereotype us when we walk in public accommodation. That's against the law. The law it's a California law called the Unruh Act. And that law states that every citizen of this state, when we enter into any public accommodation, we are to enjoy every aspect of the service they have to provide. And if we are stereotyped, discriminated against, refused service, you are automatically, and it's mandatory in the law, to be paid a minimum of $4,000. That's the law. And they set it up so that any individual that experiences these things can go into small claims court and present their case. And the court, in following the law, has to award damages of a minimum of $4,000. Now, this here is also tripled to $12,000. However, in small claims courts, you can only sue up to $10,000, and you can only sue for $10,000 twice a year. However, you can sue for $2,500 as many times as you want. So, if a person does experience this type of violation, after they've brought two cases for $10,000, would have to sue for $2,500, but the court would have to apply a minimum of $4,000 because it's statutory in the law. There's also punitive damages to punish the individuals for violating the Unruh Act. But this is something that African American men need to be aware of, and African American women to teach their young men about how to deal with this insult that is taking place. And it's not going to go away. The only way it's going to go away is if we start litigating the violation. And once the word gets around, I believe that we will be addressed correctly in this culture by the term sir when we enter into any public accommodation in a respectful manner. With technology today, as soon as someone walks into a store and when they experience a violation of their right to be treated fairly, it's on videotape. The security tape is the evidence. And on that tape, their body language is showing what they've done. Body language is evidence. This is why a police officer can stop you if you look suspicious because of your body language. That stands up in court as evidence, and so the security camera captures the offense. That's evidence to bring to the court to support your case, along with the law, the UNRU Act, which I'm going to put up a page on proper.club that will give all of the laws that protect you when you go into a public accommodation. And that's the beautiful thing of the law. When you understand the law pertaining to it, there's no need to go to violence, because if you use violence because of the anger of being discriminated against and stereotyped and spoken to in a demeaning manner, then you lose. Now, if you harm somebody using your fist, you got to use your brain and get paid for it. Instead of ending up with a case of assault on somebody and have to fight a case and get that on your record, which would then cause you not to be hired at a lot of places. So it's all about educating ourselves with the reality of situations that we deal with. And when you look up, I know there's those that are probably listening that think I'm the devil. Well, I'm not. I'm just an educated man, and the evidence is supported by the dramatic people that wrote into their documentation what their words mean. So, all someone has to do is look it up, and you'll see it yourself. So if you look up the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it tells you right there. We don't know who wrote this stuff. These are their words. They tell you where the word God came from. They wrote this. I'm just reading it. It's like, okay.
And you know, you saying that we've been, for the last past 3 weeks, we had a show where we thought the show might be, we thought we maybe need 2 shows to go through the origin of Christianity. And we just so happen to be going on our 4th show now. We've done 3 shows on the origin of Christianity, and right now we're this Saturday we'll be heading into the Crusades, because we're still getting we're still rounding up everything that's going on, because there's still a lot of contention on who is the Christ, whether or not they're going to have pictures of the Christ, what the picture's going to look like. Is Mary in the group? Is Mary not in the group? All these different contentions are still around all the way up to the 11th to the 12th century Common Era.
Right. A.D.
So, yes, sir, A.D. Yeah, 12th century A.D.
Same thing, Common Era.
Yeah. We'll go. I don't know your age, but we're in this era now. We start changing it to Common Era, because we got so anti-Christianity that we just like, listen, man, we're not gonna keep saying in the year of our Lord. We know what kind of tricks we're playing over there.
Meno di Mano.
Yeah.
That's A.D. However, it's the subject matter and what you're going through is a beautiful thing to go over, because the only way you can see the truth is to understand who gave us this mythological life, all this mythology. Once you understand the people and where it came from, then you can start seeing that we are indoctrinated into Germanic culture. The word God is Germanic. It represents their deity Odin. The royal bloodline of Europe, of the Queen of Britain, they tied that to Odin. That's their God, who is named God, and that's what has been overlaid in the Bible, the King James Bible, which is derived from other Bibles that were translated by Germanic people, like Martin Luther.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther, that's a German. So they put their German mythology over the top of the Latin mythology, which is sitting on top of the Greek mythology, which is sitting on top of the so-called Jewish mythology, which stems from ancient Kemet. It's layered in there. Say, for instance, if you look up Ma'at, it will say that Ma'at was a Egyptian goddess. The word goddess didn't even exist back then. When they add that word, they adding their Germanic mythology on top of it to make people think that Ma'at was some type of false god, when Ma'at is nothing more than the beautiful concept of what's fair and righteousness among people. That's all it is. But they're saying that that's a false god to demonize it. However, when you look at our history, our cultural history and our DNA history, you'll see that the stories are magnificent that our ancient ancestors wrote. They're beautiful in every way. And it all makes perfect sense when you take out the dramatic overlay that they put on top of it to demonize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to take
Go ahead.
No, I was saying we have to take that white mind, our white eyes off of it when we reading the story. You know, take your white eyes off of it, become more African centered. That's to know more and more of our story. Then that way you can look at it and see it from the perspective of nature, instead of seeing it as something that is supernatural, but something that is just naturally going on.
Right, and that's what our ancestors documented, and that's what they demonized a reality.
Mm-hmm.
And in our story, when you look at all of the different pieces and get a clear understanding, you'll see that they're better stories. But however, it's mythology the way that they explained it, using caricatures to depict Ma'at. Ma'at is depicted as a feather. And when go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. I got a question in a little bit. I just thought of something.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, the question was about when you said about Genesis, and you said 400 BC, and I was looking at it and I was thinking that I thought I'd read something. Is my sister Camille? Are you out there? Because the sister, she had hit me with a text a little bit while you were speaking, and so it just popped in my head, and that's one of the co-hosts. Brother Little, you on the line?
By power.
All right, there you go. That's our sister co-host. You know, we gotta have our balance on the show also.
In a real way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, Sister Camille, what was that about Genesis that you were saying? What year were you?
I thought I heard the distinguished guest say that Genesis was written in 400 BC. And I'd like to know where did the guest get that from?
Where did they get that from?
No, what source are you relying on that says that there was Genesis, the book, 400 BC?
There were several sources that I researched online. What I do is I try to find the best possible sources available. When it comes to, say, ancient Kemet, I've listened to Henrik Clark, Dr. Henrik Clark, and then also the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, which is actually ancient Kemet. When you open up that encyclopedia, they tell you the real name. But various sources in searching the internet and scholarly talks concerning when it was written. And the census is around 400 BC. So anyone that wants to look it up can just look up Genesis. Wikipedia has a lot of good information. Now, too, a lot of people can go in there and change that information. However, when you look at various sources, credible sources, you'll find out that a lot of the information inside of Wikipedia is actually legitimate.
Yeah, you're saying that we've come to find that Wikipedia does, it has contentions at some points in time, but a lot of times they have a little link at the top to let you know that there's contentions with the article, but they normally have several articles to go along with it. But when she said that, now I'm starting to I recollect Dr. Ben speaking of the Council of Jamia when they created Genesis. But I have to look to see exactly what year the Council of Jamia was.
Well, 400 BC, and if our memory serves correct, that is AD time. Dr. Ben says that, he says tradition has that Genesis or the Old Testament was written at the Sanhedrin, but there is no historical data showing that there was Old Testament Genesis in 400 BC. That is not there's nothing to support that. And we know that the Greeks were coming to Egypt until Alexander. I'm not buying the myth of the pre-Socratic philosophers. What we can show, what I've found so far through my research, the whole concept of religion of perversion Christianity started.
You're breaking up. I'm missing that. You're breaking up. Sister Camille. You broke up. Right at Christianity, you broke up.
Yeah, there is no Christianity. There's no concept of a religion. By 320 BC, when Ptolemy Lagi I wants our ancestors to deify him, give him the same kind of adoration that they had for the ancestors of the ancestor Osar, Aset, and Haru. So I know about that.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
There's various sources putting up various information, but I didn't just look at one source for the information I'm speaking of. I looked at several credible sources and scholars that spoke on the subject. But so there's a different opinion there.
Yeah, we'll take it all.
Yeah, good, but as far as the rest of it, okay, how it and when it was put together, the Old Testament was completed around 900 A.D. After it was completed after the New Testament, and a lot of the things that are supposed to be prophecies were made up to make the Christ character appear to be real on various predictions and various prophecies. But they laid it out based on their culture. It's their culture's mythology. That's all it is. That has just been integrated with other cultures as they got the book, and they put their own twist on it. There's nothing more than that. However, it takes research to realize that each culture, the Greeks, they have their concept of it. The Latin, Rome, that part of it, they have their concept of it. And then the Germanic came out with theirs. Just like when I spoke of ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will open. That's William Tisdale. They put that in there, German. You see? That's, as a matter of fact, he was burned at the stake.
Wait, though. You know what I mean?
Pardon me?
I'm aware of who William Tisdale is, and again, he's past that time period that you're talking about. Is that not correct? What time period Tinsdale?
I'm talking. Tinsdale comes in around the 14, 15 AD.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that's that time period when he added that in there. That wasn't there. This is why, when you think about it, that someone that's indoctrinated with that to say, ask and you shall receive, and they don't receive, and then when they don't receive, they say they don't have enough faith in the deity that said it. Well, the deity didn't say it. That was a German that said that. But it's just so many different tidbits of information that's available that will show anyone that really wants to know if the Bible is true.
Yeah,
the only thing I can say is that I researched it over 40 years, and I couldn't prove nothing in it, not one thing. Nothing at all. There's not one thing that I could say is true in there. Other than I can tell you, I can point out to you what was taken from our ancestors and put in there. For instance, the speaking of creation into existence. It's documented that was Ptah. It's in the British Museum on the Shabaka stone. That stone was written by Pharaoh Shabaka's one of his priests. Copied the information from that stone, but it dates back to around 3400 BC. That Ptah was a Aztec concept that our ancient ancestors used as part of the kingship of the pharaohs, the lineage, in setting up the culture. But a different Aztec concept. It's a beautiful one to say that, oh, well, Ptah spoke creation into existence. They took that and said God did it, Elohim did it, and all of these other deities, false deities, from their cultures. That's just what's there. But when you just look at it and put it all together, you'll find freedom of the fear that the religion indoctrinate people with, and they live their whole lives afraid of going someplace that don't even exist. Mm-hmm. There's nothing that any mythology can prove that is 100% proof. None of them can do it. They can speak about it as if it's true, but it's not in every way. But the information that I'm speaking about and what you're speaking about, sister, as you know, is not available through the places that indoctrinate people into their denomination. However, people do experience certain things, and they have experiences. But those experiences are based on false mythology. That isn't true. So those experiences aren't real in relationship to the mythology being real, because mythology is not real. However, people will experience in various religions that aren't Christianity, they'll speak in tongues, but the Germanic people call that evil. You see? When the phenomenon do exist, but it's not based on anything that's real, that can be proven. So it's a mystery in my research so far. But the bottom line of it is this: our ancestors were brought here, and we're indoctrinated into a Germanic culture. We're indoctrinated into their deity, which is God, which is Odin.
I want to ask a question. When you speak about the German, You got any background history on the Germans during the Revolutionary War coming over to fight on behalf of Britain, or just the?
Well, the Britons are the Germanic tribe. They're all the same people, brothers and sisters. When they came here, that was the Germanic tribe came here, not Britain. They called them. It's just a title, just like Hebrew. That's a title for the Canaanite language. Hebrew is a title. The Bible, according to their philosophers, their scholars, was written in the Canaanite language. When you look up the Canaanite or the original documentation, they don't have that. They don't have any original anything pertaining to the Bible.
True.
However, when you look at ancient Kemet, all of those writings are there, which are thousands of years older than the documentation to support the scripture. Now, if it was so powerful, where are those original documents? They do not have one, but ours exist.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. You see, they can't prove anything at all, not one thing. The only thing they can just come up with mysteries, then it disappeared. It never existed.
Yeah, that's it. You know, the thing that they're doing now is they're whitewashing the history. They don't whitewash it. They destroy enough of what we have. We got football fields worth of evidence up underground, hiding it out, and they whitewash it through the movies and all that. They show you the gods of Kemet and all that. Once they turn them white enough for you, they can give you the history back of them, and then we'll automatically lose all cultural context with it. We'll have no context with dealing with any of this, any of the history that belongs to us. And, without that cultural identity, we'll have nowhere to shoot for.
Right. We have no way to have a clear understanding of the facts of what everything is.
Yeah.
You see? And then they've done such a magnificent job with this brainwashing tactics that they've used. A lot of our people don't even want to know about our own history.
Mm-hmm.
You see? Because they demonized it. You see? To make it look as though I talked to some of our people and asked them if they know about the Book of the Dead. They say, "Oh, that's satanic. I'd burn it up." When it's not. Okay? So they've done a good job to keep. I consider we're locked in a dramatic word prison that has imprisoned a lot of our minds not to want to even look at the truth or the truth of the knowledge of our ancestors. And when you come into that knowledge of what they were actually doing, it's a beautiful thing in every way. They've come up with beautiful concepts of how creation came into existence, and those same theories and mythological studies that concepts that they came up with have just been regurgitated through other cultures. You see? At least this is what my research has led me to understand.
You're saying that through when we were just dealing with, like I said, we were dealing with the origin of Christianity. That's exactly what it's looking like. It's looking like it's a culmination of a lot of different cultural practices. But what they did was they utilized the African theology, the African, the framework from African theology. They used that, our understanding of the universe and understanding of life. They used that along with their culture and just kept recreating it. Like you said, from everybody just got it, put their new names on it, put a new spin. Instead of Serapis, it was this one. Instead of this one, it was that one. Not Mithra, it's Krishna. They just went through it in that manner.
Yeah, they put God on the money. Okay, Christmas with Santa Claus. That's Odin. That is their deity disguised as a Santa Claus. When you look at how that concept came into being, the white guy, or German rather, with a beard. Okay? When you look up, if you look up Odin, they have a picture of Odin. He has a beard with a split down the middle. And if you look at the Sistine Chapel in Rome, you'll see that on the top of it they have a picture, a portrait of who they consider God. Look just like Odin and Santa Claus when you put them all together. Mm-hmm. It's there so you can plainly see it, but the knowledge of what you're actually looking at, you have to look at that first, the documentation of what these things are, and then you'll see that this is a dramatic thing that we're in. Mm-hmm. These are their words put on top of our ancient ancestors' culture. And when you look up, the paradise in ancient Kemet, how one would enter into it. You didn't have to repent. The only thing you have to say is, I didn't do it. That's all. Because I didn't do that at all. And your word washes it away. They have the scales where in the mythology of it is where your heart is placed on one side of a scale, the feather mayat is placed on the other side, and if your heart is heavier than the feather mayat, you're destroyed. They turned that into, that would be Satan. That was just a being in the concept to say, if you don't follow mayat, which are the words of the Pharaoh. They're not supernatural sayings of mayat. Pharaoh came up with the concept of what is mayat. So it's the Pharaoh's word that one would have to keep, which is called Hinka, which is through Hinka, Ptah spoke creation into existence using words. Hinka means word. Hinkaroo means the written word. And the most powerful knowledge is the use of Hinka, the written word. Hinka is powerful, but the written word is more powerful. They knew this, and this is why they use words to create their own mythologies, and then they put that upon the people, just like it happened here in America with our ancestors. We have been indoctrinated for over 400 years that there's a God, and that's his book. The God is Odin, and that's their book, not no God's book. Because Odin is mythology. The word God, that's mythology. That's not real. And when you look at the history of it, so the fake God is really God. That's hard to accept, but that's what it is when you look at all of the information, because God is Odin to these Germanic people. When you look at some of the Crusaders, you'll see them talking about it. They'll be talking about Odin in these programs that they're creating. They won't say that, Odin is also God. They won't say how that has come about. They're giving out certain select information. But when you go behind it and read it, you find out that God is Odin. God comes from Godin, G-O-D-A-N. They dropped the A-N and came up with God. That's their word for their culture. And we have been indoctrinated into their culture. The parts that belongs to us, unless we look at it, we can't see that they lifted sayings from ancient Kemet and put in Proverbs and in the Psalms and so forth. A lot of the prayers, what they call prayers, which were poems to us, that's ours. But it's mythology, because even what our ancestors said to be their truth for the culture was mythology. That wasn't true. It was a way to maintain the kingship, and the people followed it in being righteous and fair to one another. That was the whole idea of it. But none of that was true. in my view, because each culture has its own mythology, and ours was a mythology too. So it's the fact of just coming to the reality of what things actually are, and looking up various sources, the highest level of sources that you can find. Say, for instance, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Kemet. That's not in the hood or in public libraries. That information is not available to the people. It's only during higher education that you can find that out, and they are aware of what reality is. The thing is that we don't know it. This is why they can do all these vicious things. They know there's no such place called hell. They know that God is not real. They know. We are the ones that don't know. And unless we study their history, we won't know. We have to understand the etymology of the words that are used, when they were used, and what they actually mean in order to see through the blindfold that has been placed on millions and millions of people's eyes around the world. When you look at the statistics in Britain and the European countries on their beliefs in Christianity, you'll see that's just very low because they know it's not true, you see. But here in America, and then what they've done to us as black people, they've indoctrinated us to where we don't even want to look at the truth because they feel like they're going to go to a place that doesn't exist called hell. When you look at the journey of what's in the book of coming forth and going into paradise with Osiris and the various creatures that you meet along the way during the hours after death, that's where they got the concept of a haunted house, in my opinion. But it was a source that was used to help the Kemet culture follow my eye. But none of that was real. The bodies that were embalmed and turned into so-called mummies, which I hate to use that term because it really is talking about asphalt, the word mummy. So basically they're saying our ancient ancestors that passed is nothing more than asphalt, which is a horrible way to think of your ancestors. But this is what they've done. Nonetheless, I want to close out right now, brother, but I do want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to come on your program. And, sister, I'm going to look even deeper into my sources regarding when Genesis was written. And if you could do the same, I'd appreciate that because I'm open for all knowledge. And I research diligently because I want the best possible facts based on reality.
Yeah, what we'll do is I'll make sure that we get your email. I know you're in contact with Brother Bill when I seen your website, so we get the email and some of the information and the sources that we have. We'll pass over. You can pass over yours, sure. As you said. It's a growing experience. We all here to make sure that we, as Africans, we're trying to straighten each other up because we've been in a situation like yourself over 400 years of being oppressed and miseducated, undereducated. So we definitely can make sure that happens. Sister Camille, I know you were about to say something. Go ahead, Queen.
I just want to know if Gibbs is familiar with Dr. Walter Williams.
But you broke up again, sister.
The sister said, "Are you familiar with Dr. Walter Williams?"
I believe I came across a few videos that I skimmed over. I believe. But send me some data, and I will look even deeper into it.
All right.
And see what he's saying, and then check it to see how it fits with what I've discovered in my research. And if everything pans out, I'm with it. Just that simple.
No, we'll definitely do that. I know one of the brothers has a PDF of one of his books. I believe the Origins of Christianity or the Origins of Islam. which is it's a nice read. Probably not maybe about 150 pages, I believe. You know,
yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. Maybe about 150 pages. Nice bibliography in the back. A lot of dates. Yeah, a lot of dates and names. You know, the things that when people research it, the things you look for.
Right. I just know that if you do try to prove the Bible by researching to see if everything pans out, I assure you, anybody that takes on that goal will find out firsthand you can't prove nothing in that book. It starts out with a lie in the beginning. Right there, that's the lie. Right from the beginning.
I'm in total agreement with that. That, nothing in the Bible is true. And I'm so hard on it that there is nothing to show that there was Genesis written 400 B.C. In fact, you have St. Augustine, who was in the late 300 A.D., when the first chapter, Genesis, is being composed, and he makes a statement how the first chapter in Genesis is filled with so much impropriety that it is horrible to attribute these as the words of God. And this is St. Augustine, and like I said, this is about 300. I think he was like 394 A.D., but I can get that shortly.
Yeah, we'll get that.
Fine.
Yeah, we'll get that information to you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Let me just say this. With what they're saying, whether it was actually 400 B.C. or 300 A.D., it's just a part of their mythology. Nothing more than that. It's not true.
I'm in agreement with that. We're dealing with a lie that this has antiquity, right? That's what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the lie of it having antiquity. And like I said, St. Augustine, who was African, his time period is 354.
Well, then we're talking about when the Romans were there in Kemet.
Well, you don't see the construction of Christianity until after the conference of Ephesus, which is 431, which is held 431 A.D. So there is no Christianity before that. There is no Christian church. It's none of that madness,
Right, they made it all up. It's their concept for their culture. I mean, you really can't hate them for creating something for their own culture. But the thing is trying to tell me that what they came up with is true. That's the problem. Because our culture done the same thing in creating their mythology.
We know that there's something. This the thing is that, you can have yours. Don't put yours on me. Don't try to make me believe that yours is true, and don't you put it on me. It's foreign. Leave it over there. We got our own. We'll deal with our own. Thank you very much, but no thank you. We don't want any of that.
I'm not going to believe what your grandfather said. I got my own.
I can believe my granddaddy. I believe mine first before I believe yours.
That's all I'm saying. This was a wonderful conversation. I look forward to doing it again. And sharing more information. And also reading information that you provide me to consider. And I will consider it in a very deep way. Because like I said, my background is in law and IT, so I'm a researcher. And I love digging deep into exactly what's been written. And anytime there's a discrepancy, I want to research and make sure that I got a clear understanding. And I appreciate knowledge and from every corner, but I do dig deep to find out exactly what's being said, when it was said, how it was said, and why I should or should not believe it. But I welcome it greatly. And I appreciate that you just didn't go with what I was saying and apply the other knowledge to it. That encourages me to keep on the path of searching out everything. And that's what I hope people will do based on the information that I provide. Nothing more than that. So was a wonderful experience, and like I said, brother, I would love the opportunity again.
Yes, sir. And, we thank you very much for coming on. I know family in the audience are out there listening, tuning in. We'll be listening to the download again. And, we definitely welcome you on. We have Dr. Palm on next Thursday. We'll be doing it at the same time, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. on the west side, the best side, unless anything changed. And, he'll be coming in. We'll be dealing with some of that legal handiwork that he knows how to do.
Sure.
We might pick up some of these pieces of this conversation. And, we'll just get it in with the elder. Have him come bless us with some of that wisdom that you get when you research and you live a couple days.
There it is. There it is. Oh, yeah, that you said you didn't know how old I am. I'm 64 years old.
All right, 54. Here we go.
64.
Oh, 64. Oh, so look at
64.
that. 64.
So like I said, I've been searching for over 40 years for the truth of the matter of what's going on.
All right.
And I look forward to the next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, thank you again. Thank you very much for coming out, and we'll see you when you come back through.
All right. You take care. And good night.
Right, good night.
Bye, Dr. Paul. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right, now for family out there who's still on the line, that was Dr. Paul. Came in, gave us a little conversation, dealing with the Germ Man. Because of not being able to really control the chat room right now, wasn't able to really block people out so we can get it going how we wanted to. We had a lot of filth in the background, a lot of nasty sound. But glad that it cleared up some so we can stay on and build with us. But we definitely have them back on. But I don't know what happened, son. The shit act like it got a show that came on at 12:52, and then it show our show coming on at 11, but it's not there. But I know it's recording because I hit the thing and it said recording, and it's doing like the last time when we had Dawa on, and it wouldn't let us really get it in with Dawa. Well, I couldn't get to the chat room. I don't know what that is. Yeah, where is that from?
Yeah, it sounds like somebody was eating that big ass bag of Doritos or some shit, man.
Yeah, son, man, crunching away, son. It's going crazy, son, with the bag and shit. I'm like, man. I'm like, yo, come on, not tonight when we got a guest on where I want to interview. And, it always happens, and that's the only time it happens, when the guest's on. I don't think about that. That's the only time it happens when the guest's on. Oh, well. Things worked out at the end of the day. He said he out there with Tillman. They at the gym, golden gloves, doing it up.
Yeah, he said he ain't know they had a fight, so he had rolled up to the gym.
Yeah, the fight going.
Man, I thought that was your nephew or something, man. He was like, nah, that's my best friend, man. That's the homie.
That's the homie. Tillman, son. Beat Mike Tyson up, son.
Man, hey, I seen this brother in real life. So big, dog.
He look like he beat Mike Tyson up.
Right. That brother big, man.
The brother look like he beat Mike Tyson up. He looked like.
Man, listen. Mickey Wright was like, man, I don't know. I'm glad he was peaceful, brother. I shouldn't be too. He was dang. My car a long way from where we at, brother.
Yeah, he was peaceful. Yeah, man, that's what's up. That's what's up. Even though they had to fight, he still held his word and everything. Because I know he was like, damn, they having that. Let me get in here. When he still had his word, chopped it up with us.
Just a little taste, family, you know. That's just why I like the Elder. He's funny, kicking up the Germ Man.
Yeah.
All right.
Nah, you know, I like how he was like, nah, man, ain't no British, yo. Ain't no British. They all German. They all German. When I asked him about the German and the British, he was like, nah, they all German. That's all right.
Yeah. So I was like, dang, word? I thought they was different. Like, I thought they was different little sects. He was like, yeah, different German sects. I said, damn. All these crackers is German?
They broke off in a different little, in the Germanic tribes. They broke off into little sects until they just took over to the landmasters. So since they know different landmasters, they take on the name of the landmaster.
Yeah, peace. It's Solomon.
Oh, peace. What's going on, brother Solomon?
Chilling.
Solomon, where you be at, brother?
Hey, man, I'm into a whole lot of stuff, man. From working for the beast and then working for the people. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
You know, you gotta work for the beast because we not united as a people yet. We most of us still ain't get on page.
Brother, you ain't got to tell.
Going. You got to work. You got to work on the plantation. You know what I'm saying? But like Nat Turner, you got to have your little congregation, and that's just basically what this is right now. You know, trying to rile the people up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we got the Nat Turner right out of here.
Yeah, we doing the Nat Turner thing right now. You know what I'm saying? But they just recently changed their name. I think it was 1917. They referred to the House of Windsor in London. They was referred to as the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. And that's Saxe is the Saxons. That's a Germanic tribe.
Germanic tribe, yeah.
Coburg is the city is located in that region, and Gotha is the Goths, which is another Germanic tribe. So that's Britain. What they refer to as the House of Windsor. They recently changed that name. You know what I'm saying? So the aristocracy, before then called themselves Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, which is all Germanic tribes. So they really, I mean, that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, now I'm glad you said that, too.
If you ask them, that would be common knowledge, you know what I'm saying? They are Germans, man.
No,
those Germanic invasions is just an amalgamation of all them Germanic tribes coming out the Caucasus Mountains, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's why I asked the
elder. They don't motherfuckers Germans.
Yeah, I asked the elder that. I said,
the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, the Vandals,
all of Germans. All of them. Yeah, now that's why I asked the elder when he first started rocking. He started to talk about them. So I threw that in what you just now were saying. The Vandals, the Visigoths, all of them, to make sure that people understand the context that all of these are the same one people from about that same little Germania. Because that once was a large, big place, Germania. It was a large place at one time. And it encompassed a large part of that, what we call Europe now. It was all of what we call Europe now. Basically, Germania.
On the shit, you know what I'm saying? What they refer to as the Germanic invasions. Because, when they came out, because really they from the Caucasus Mountains. So when they came out of the Caucasus Mountains, it was like a route that led them into Germany.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? From the Caucasus Mountains. This shit sounds funny, but it's like, you know what I mean? That's their history, man. That's where they from, man. They fucking, I was just looking at the drawing that somebody posted on Facebook. It was saying, like, yeah, when somebody tell you to go back to Africa. And then I clicked on it. It was, I think Afrakan was on some show, Donahue or something like that. Yeah. And then it was a guy that asked a question, you know what I'm saying? And then somebody was like, yeah, well, go back to Africa. And then he was like, well, if you want us to go back to Africa, this land wasn't originally yours. You stole this land. So be wary of what you ask for, because, you know, if somebody tell you to go back home, you know what I'm saying, you'll be in a tougher situation than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Basically what he was saying.
I seen that clip. He was like, because the brother stood up. The brother stood up and was like, yo, people in the audience is talking about, yo, we need to go back to Africa. Right? He was like, hold up. He was like, yo, hold up. He was like, yo, one thing, you know, if someone asked you to go back home, where would you go to? He who has no home. You couldn't go here. You couldn't go there. Where is your home? So, you know, he was just like, yo, in fact, I did say some slick shit that day. You know, he was like, so, yo, be wary when you asking, you know, people to do things. Because we might have to tell you the same goddamn thing, then you ain't got nowhere to go. You ain't got no home. Where is your home on the planet? That's what we were saying. Look around. Look, where is your home? All you did was just destroy shit everywhere you went. Where are you from? He fucked them up on down here that day. I remember that. Excuse me. Because that show was online. That whole interview when he was on down here. It's online. I don't remember which one it was. He had some slick hair, I know that. But what else going on? Yo, Brother James, too, you know, Brother Solomon, I was thinking of something, too, when you mentioned that to me. You know, I just seen some information where your man did a super makeup artist move and used crystal links to verify some information. He got his information from crystal links, which don't even tell you who their sources is. There's a bunch of white psychics who don't even read meta, but it's going to tell you exactly who is who and what's what. I said, it ain't not. He lost his mind, man. How can you use crystal links? That's like, that's like the worst. What kind of source is that? That's a garbage source, man. You can't use crystal links. So I think your man might have to get the business for that.
I think that's what you were sending earlier. That's what you sent the text message earlier.
Yeah, man. He's bugging. He's bugging out, man. He's bugged out. He's using crystal links. Well, who can respect that, man? If that does you say don't even matter, man. That's your source? Crystal links? Come on, man. That's that shit when you about ready to get on the spaceship. That's what you use as a source when you're about to get on the spaceship. Crystal link. That Zachariah Stitchin, a Madame Blavatsky. You about to go get on the ship. Dr. York, all that stuff that's the spaceship shit. You about to take a real high dive. But Sister Camille, what's going on out there? Sister Camille was...
Just absorbing in, taking in the information that the elder gave.
Mm.
And the work we, research we're trying to do too.
Yeah, he definitely put in some time, and he was willing not only to give out information, but he was willing to listen to what others had to say.
And that was respect, I don't come across that too much with elders.
No. And you be coming for the throat too. You know, and I don't even. It ain't like that's what you. And I don't. And it's just natural for it to sound like that. But like, yo, I'm coming at your throat right now. It just sound like that.
Y'all right. I was saying. And listen, I was being nice. Because
I already know you was being nice. That's what I said. Sister Camille, I knew you was being nice. I knew you was being nice.
No, Elder, California neither.
Say trust. He from the hood in Cali, man. Trust.
Y'all don't know nobody from California, man. I was a little pissed off with the discourse that just took place tonight. Make it a little hot. If we're gonna be looking for chinks in motherfuckers' armor, you know, I thought the elder had a good motherfucking piece of the puzzle from last Saturday. I kept throwing out, if you notice in that 8th century, all these motherfuckers is tribes. He was going to go into that. When you have a guest to come on the show, you want him to feel comfortable. You don't want him to feel like he's being attacked every time he says something. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you know, if that's how it sounds, when I'm speaking, I'll do you a favor, and I won't say nothing because that's not where I'm coming from. I'm about the information. And so the little bit of work that I've done so far, thanks to Dr. Walter Williams and others, ain't no Genesis 400 BC. We have put information out here to the people. So that's contradiction. That's contradicting what we put out. So I can't.
No, I don't think he took it offensive though. It wasn't offensive. She asked the question. I don't think it came across like that.
Nah,
I just know that it ain't come across like that because he would have showed that he appreciated somebody asking him the question and not just letting him go on that.
Which he is, by the way.
Yeah, he was. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he got his out. He dropped in a lot of jewels that did connect us to what was going on. That's why he kept saying that. That's a try.
That's it. Made me want to step my game up. You feel me?
Yeah, he said all them and Germans together. I said, all right. That's why I mentioned the British because I wanted to see if he was going to go back and say that it was just Germans when they came over. Because I know the way that they tell the history, they break it up. Like the British was a separate people, then the Germans was like hired missionaries, like, and brought in to fight the war against the Americans. Or against the, whatever you would call the American colonies.
And in terms of the language, he's absolutely correct. Because I'm going from the Cracker Beast old Random House Dictionary and Indo-European languages. Under dramatic, you have Gothic, which is classified under Eastern Dramatic. North Dramatic, under that, you have Old West North or Old East North. And that's Islandia or Atlantic, Norwegian, Swedish Dane. Then under West Dramatic, you got Anglo Frisian, Frisan. And under that branch, you got Old English, Middle English, English. This other shit, German, High German, Low German, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we know he was on point right there. He was definitely on point, though. He dropped a couple shining stars, some nice little shining stars. I was just mad I didn't have the ability to mute the lines. But the good thing, though, is that he didn't have so much time. He only had an hour, so it was good. He got to chop it, He spoke for the better half of 45 minutes. We got in a little bit with him. It ran off about an hour, 15 minutes. But he had something else going on also. So I'm glad that it went, at the end of the day, it all played out together because with him on, I would definitely like to be able to mute all the lines and just, have them go in and be able to open up the lines as how I could see them on the board. And next time, hopefully, he'll be in his house. So in that way, we can link him right into the chat room, and he'll be able to just drop links right in the chat room for us. So now it's Tuesday. It's news, and more news. We got a late show tonight. We got the Dr. Palm on, dropping the jewels on the Germ Man, and their hand in the creation of this creature called God, and the culture which we live up under right now, and their their creation of this language that we're dealing with. So, anything anybody want to put in? Well, we up here because I definitely didn't expect it to go like that, so I didn't have a bunch of news stories lined up. Scientific America. What's this? Aleppo Nuruddin. No. No, that was all my. That's for Saturday. That's all my notes for Saturday coming up. What else going on now, Chen? What the hell?
But yeah, it's supposed to be some kind of super eclipse this Friday or some shit.
Oh, yeah, you're saying that the 20th, right? Sister Camille was mentioning that. Sister Camille was mentioning that. I think I told my daughter that, and she was telling me it's supposed to be like a blue moon, a solar eclipse, and Sister Camille was telling me it was the equinox. At the same, because the equinox is the 20th. Sister Camille, am I right about that?
Yeah, the veneral, whatever the hell, equinox.
Yeah, the vernal equinox. Sister Camille, am I right about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supermoon.
Supermoon. Yeah, that's what my daughter said. It was a blue moon. We was looking for the supermoon, but everywhere we looked, it kept saying blue moon, which is going to be which is a type of supermoon.
Well,
so it is.
Earth and the moon are going to be extremely close to each other.
Close. Yep, exactly. Yep, that's what she said. Is the Earth and the moon going to be really close? Well, it is a type of supermoon called a blue moon.
Well, it's going to give that illusion because of the proximity.
Yep. Yeah, they said it's going to have a blue tint on it because of how close it is. Exactly. My daughter was like, we're going to
stand outside and get my superpowers.
Nah, you're not going to be able to see the equinox. I mean, you're not going to be able to see you're not going to be able to see the eclipse. You're not going to be able to see the eclipse. None of us we're not in the region to be able to see the eclipse.
That's going to be like London, England over there. They're going to get a great.
Yeah, they'll get a view. You have to be in Africa or somewhere in what we would call Europe, the upper part, all the way up into the Arctic region.
Well, that's that bullshit.
Yeah, all over in there, Scandinavia, Moscow, that type of place. That's what we'll be getting at. Not you'll be able to see the moon though. You'll be able to see the moon. There won't be like a solar eclipse that we'll be able to see like that. I think 2017. I think my daughter said.
That's great, young queen doing research like that. That's excellent. Black Power.
If you want to, thank you for putting me on so I can make sure I know it. So I was like, all right, take this out. Let's check this out. She all excited now. And until she found out it was going to be somewhere else, she's like, I got to wait to 2017. All right, well, mark it. I don't remember the last solar eclipse that I do. The last one I recollect is I was in middle school. I don't know how long ago that was. It was a while back, though. I know it was like in the 90s. Matter of fact, it might not even been in the 90s. It might have been in the 80s. Yeah, probably like 80, y'all. 89, 90, I might have seen one then. I just remember I was at school when it happened. And they took us outside to see it. I can't remember when it was, though.
So, Queen, what's the melanin effects to that right there? What's going on with that, you know?
No, I do not.
We get a super boost or something. We get a super boost when that pop off.
Our ancestors left work, documentation that was found on two sarcophagus of the ancestors receiving light, sunlight, as well as light from stars in their pineal gland, where the Uranus was, the serpent. So, you know, they understood the relationship. That's all I can say to that.
Black Power. I knew something. I know something happened. I know they got it somewhere. I'm telling you, man, something happened.
Brother Little, you been reading Dr. Richard King's book yet?
Yeah, I've been messing with that and Layla Africa. Man, blew my wig. You tell me DNA is melanin? Fuck my whole world up right now. I'm on pause right now. I said, damn, I don't know nothing about melanin in the sun, man. I got to get my shit right.
Dealing with the Uranus, Dr. Richard King says the relationship between Uranus and sunlight is shown in a hieroglyphic table from King Tut's tomb, which depicts a serpent putting sunlight, rainbow spectrum colors in parentheses, and the pineal forehead, and a star engaging in similar operation. And then he gives you a picture of it where you can see the drawing, you know, and see the sunlight going into, just as he described the work. And that's on page 97.
See, I'm still in chapter 1, man. I mean, I'll be there in a minute, Queen. I'll be there in a minute. That's why I asked you. I knew you had read it. You my go-to for the melanin, by the way.
Well, we know this because we know that the pineal gland, during sunlight, it releases serotonin, and during darkness, it releases the powerful hormone melatonin.
Right. So I'm figuring we should get stronger. We should get a stronger boost of that during the moon.
Well, I know I'm gonna be outside.
Huh. Like Layla said, you want to heal yourself, you got to get your melanin on point. You dig it? It's all about that black power, man. Yeah, man. This cracker's a damn liar, though, man. You know, I'll shoot the family video. You know, if y'all saw it, y'all saw it. If y'all didn't, you know, peep it out. But Layla goes in.
Yeah, you sent that video of Dame Dash. Sister Camille asked me to look at that the other day, man.
Well, yeah, I was on the power block. I heard y'all talking about it.
Yeah, man. He definitely got it in. Dame Dash. You know, he's coming right on that day. Definitely. And we know he was doing something that people didn't like. He ended up stripped of a lot of different things, even though he, you know, it seemed like he was pressured out of a lot of things, I'll say. As of wanting to come together and bring that coalition to produce a distribution company. You know, him, what's his name? Him, Irv Gotti, and Suge Knight, and Jay Prince. We're going to create a distribution company for music. When they did that, all of them went down.
Well, say, all of them got God for that shit. That's what I'm saying, man. Doing real shit, the man gets.
Now, niggas can have a whole discourse over Dame Dash, but Dr. Palm can't even give 5 minutes to talk. You see what I'm saying?
No, he talked, man. None of us, we ain't cut Dr. Palm off like that, man. You can't say that. He spoke for like 40 minutes.
Miss me. I'm telling you what I'm listening, man. I call in and I hear motherfuckers in the background, the disrespectful, can't even, you know, it's all that shit going on. Any other motherfucker gets it's clear as motherfucking mouth.
Hold on, listen though. I don't listen what I'm saying though. I didn't have control of the room, so how could I couldn't do nothing. He knew that. So we was gonna cut the discourse short. Already. We had already spoke on it, so we was gonna cut the discourse short because I couldn't control the room. But he decided to stay on. So the conversation just kept on. We just started conversating back and forth because we already seen that we couldn't have the type of discourse that we really wanted to have because of noise in the background.
Yeah. He don't want to bring it up. He don't want to bring it up. He'll just come back later, do it later, because he had to fight anyway. So it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what he said. He'll come back later.
We heard all that Dorito punching motherfucker.
No, that's what he said. He was like, yo, well, you know, I don't mind coming back in and we'll do this again.
Yeah, that way, Brother B have it all under control. It'd be you know, easy peasy. You know.
Just for the record, was I not called into the conversation? And prior to that, did I say anything?
Nope, it's all good.
No.
Okay, I just want that for the record.
Good. Like I said, I mean, Elder, you know, I'm gonna talk to him, you know, but I don't think he wasn't offended.
No, because after all the noise came in, that's why I made the comment about the 400. I was like, all right, then since we're gonna go like this, we know the conversation ain't gonna be able to go exactly how we want to go. And he was willing to take it. And he already spoke for like 30 minutes straight, 35, 40 minutes probably.
Yeah. No, he gave the queen props and said, shit, he got to get on this game for shit. You know? Well, I don't think he...
But it was noise in the background. I ain't like that shit either. I try to tell the people, you know, if you on the line, mute your goddamn line, man, so at least, you know, be respectful to everybody else who was on the line since I couldn't get no control of the goddamn background. Well, who knows? You know, Camel who's calling every once in a while.
He's
at work.
disrespect the elder OG, Mick Ryan, baby. We ain't disrespect the elder OG.
Yeah, man, we do that now. No doubt, man.
Can't do that, fam. We live in the same state. I had to see your ass about that bullshit. Come on now, fam.
Oh yeah, we ain't gonna play the OG like that, man. I like what he was talking about. Shit. Interesting. My pops always tell me that we gotta watch out for this German. Like he said, yo, you gotta watch out for these jokers. He said, look, these are the ones they let out the crazy asylum. These Germans over here.
Plus, I love when the elder said all of his research over 40 years, he has nothing in the Bible to be proven to be true.
He found nothing. He found nothing. None of this is adding up, family.
This is funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, I got nothing. I got nothing. No. I thought it was something right there. No, that was not neither. Whew.
Yeah. Damn. I'm kind of mad. I would have at the fight.
Yeah, he said he had to fight. They doing it up. As I said, it must have meant to be. It must have meant to be because he wanted. I know he wanted to be at the fight. I know he wanted to watch the fight. But since he already said that he was going to do the show, he was like, "Yo, later for it, I'm gonna go ahead and rock with." You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and rock with him since I already told him. Well, you know, he outside.
Yeah. You know, he wrote that code to the
Yeah, to the back. Son. Chart right there. All right. Yeah, that's something I definitely gotta make sure that we expound on that. So let me make sure that don't slip by. I'm going to write that down as a note. Take that as a note.
So your ass scrolling down the web, so thank you, Dr. Palm, Black Power.
Right when you're on your phone scrolling down the web, right? Thank you, Dr. Palm. Oh, man. That's Black Power right there. Now, that's Black Power right there, for real.
Not only that, on that law shit, you see his website. I mean, he teach you how to defend yourself, how to fight these motherfuckers with your own mind. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers charge you an arm and a leg for that shit. He got PDFs for you right there. Boom, stop playing.
No, which is always good.
A little video for you right there. Boom. Get out.
Yeah. Now I check this site out too. It is. It got a lot of helpful information that you really can. If you wanted to help yourself out, if you have some legal troubles, you can go up there and get some real helpful information from Dr. Palm. And he's giving it out, like you said, for free. It's there. And shit, ain't no better information than free.
It just told you how to get four racks in your pocket. What's up, boss? Fuck that. I'm getting 4 racks. What you say?
Boss, what? Man. Gotta read this shit is that. I know what the hell you mean. I got your boss. Matter of fact, he said you could get 10 racks twice, then start asking for 25, and they got to give you 4.
Right. So you just sue for 25, and they're going to give you 4.
Just because that's the minimum.
Right. The max is 10 or whatever. But anyway, you know, shit like that though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was. I was like, yeah, that's hot. Y'all might need to take advantage of that over there in LA, man.
What the hell you say about iPhone out?
Yeah, man.
Paul, how we gonna get this money?
I got it right now. He bossing me to death.
Really? I'm on it. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to go to Ashford Quasi, man. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to go to all these stores, record my shit. Build me up some cases.
Mm-hmm.
Feel me? I'm on my trip, G. I'm out of here.
Oh, boss, huh? I got you. Got you. Man, I didn't know that either. That was definitely something that I did not know at all.
I don't know nothing about the law. I ain't gonna front. Like, man, you fucking with the law, dog. You feel me? Nigga, you fucking with the law, nigga? Man, homie. Yeah. All I know about the law, they lock a nigga up, homie. This ain't the phone. All that slick shit sound nice. That Billy Club come outside your head, nigga.
So all that slick shit sound nice?
Feel me?
Very nightclub y'all down out there, huh?
Fuck the club. Holy cow.
No. Yeah, I can't believe I just did that. Word.
You'd be lucky if you get the club, man. You like, hell yeah.
No, but definitely, I'm definitely enthused about him coming back because I know he's gonna really get it in. We have a nice time to conversate.
Oh, I know some. I have some grimy cracker news. Hold up, where that shit go? You know, I was on the lookout for the grimy cracker news. You know. $5 million worth of weapons vanished up in Yemen. The Vamoose, U.S. weapons, $5 million worth vanished up in Yemen.
God dang.
Got all kind of shit on the black market now, boy. But
I'll $5 million worth of shit come up missing. That's a lot of shit to come up missing, man.
50 mil. You can get some shit with that.
That's a lot. That's a lot of shit to come up missing, yo.
500 mil, damn. It's crazy. Well, Pentagon officials cannot track the whereabouts of $500 million worth of military equipment the U.S. donated to Yemen since 2007, raising alarms that the hardware may have ended up with Al-Qaeda or Iranian-backed rebels. Oh, shit, the yellow cake. Oh, here it is. This is the equipment no one could find. The Post reports 250 rounds of ammunition. No, 1,250,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 Glock 9s, 200 M4s, 4 Huey-2 helicopters, two Cessna 208s, surveillance aircrafts, 2 coastal patrol boats, 1 CN-235 transport and surveillance aircraft, 4 hand-launched drones, and 160 Humvees. Dang.
Walked away.
It's an army right there.
Walked
you
away.
lost that shit, yo?
That shit walked off the base. All of that walked off the base by itself.
Word. Back of shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
Back of shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right there, man.
Warlord shit. What's that one shit with them motherfucker Nicolas Cage was selling all them guns and shit? Guns, Lord of Guns.
Lord of War.
There you go. That's that motherfucker right there. Yo, General, check it out, homie.
Yeah.
We got a sale, G.
We got a cheap. We got a sale for you. So everything in that joint too. The Lord of War.
And they got the motherfucking Netanyahu running for Israel right now. They got the shit. They had it on live, but I don't know if the time difference.
Running for Israel? What you mean?
He's re-election. He's up for re-election right now. Netanyahu. He said it wasn't looking too good for him earlier. I'm trying to see who won and shit.
Is the general on the line?
What? The general one?
I said Sarah said he on the line.
No.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Then we have. Yeah, go ahead.
I wish he was, please.
The general ain't on the line tonight.
Okay.
The day you're here, though, we will advertise heavily. Oh. We had the elder earlier on the line, Elder Dr. Palm earlier. That's what we had on the line earlier.
Oh, really?
He'll be back this Thursday. Then with some legal aspects, some things that we can be more aware of to help ourselves out, on our own ventures into the courtroom if we have to have any, and also just doing legal matters of being able to just get paper up out the cracker if we can. If we see places where we can sue him properly, swiftly, and get some dough up out of him. But, a little history information also.
Yeah.
I want to talk to him, and then he said he was an archaeologist too. He said he was like an archaeologist. I know what that means. If you're doing that 20 years plus, man, you know a lot of stuff. Did you find out who won, Brother Little? Or is the election over? Or is they still going?
Well, I think it's still in the midst, though.
You saying that, I just seen a report where the Russian president, was that you said that to me? The Russian president was
gone, right? Then all of a sudden he just popped back up and shit, B.
Yeah, he was missing for like 10 days straight. You know what I'm saying? The president of Russia was missing for like 10 days straight, and then just popped back up like it wasn't nothing. Like he wasn't even missing.
And shit.
Extra super healthy. After they say he was sick, he didn't come back super healthy.
Yeah, that motherfucker won again. Netanyahu won again.
Man.
72% higher than the last election. This motherfucker.
Well, who the hell was reporting that he might not win this? If this was 72%, 72% more votes than the last election?
Yeah, man. These motherfuckers.
Man. Whoever reported that, then them reporters need to be hung, man. They reporting that shit all wrong.
Leading up to the election, though. All of them was saying that leading up to it, though.
Oh,
he
man,
was like beefing with Obama. But I knew that shit wasn't gonna hurt him.
Oh yeah, him beefing with Obama ain't gonna hurt in Israel. Those Zionists don't care about no puppet.
Plus, and shit, he out the door in a minute.
Man, next week.
If against Yahoo pushing an agenda. Is anybody got Google Earth right now? Go on Google Earth and type in Iran and look where Iran is, and then look at all the wars that's going on. They trying to. Let me get this out. I'm sitting in class today, and got some cold ass information, right? New reports came out. I'm gonna put this out there first. New reports came out. First off, they started doing carbon-14 dating on Neanderthal bones and modern early European bones, right? This is unique because most time when they do dating, they date the stratigraphy that's next to the site. This time they intentionally just dated the bones, right? Now they putting these motherfucking modern humans back 35,000 years, and what fucked up the cracker, he was like, it fucked him up. When they did the carbon-14 dating, these crackers was only going back, even the modern humans, 7,000 years. And all these bones that they find was complementing what the elder was saying in terms of that Germanic tribe shit. All of them coming from there, right? Because in terms of written knowledge, we know when they got written knowledge. But they had oral traditions, that Viking Norse shit, that all come from a Germanic tribe. Now back to the discussion with Ben Yahoo. Israel, if Jews is running academia and they got a world agenda, now let's put one and two together. That means they have to control the history of things. Check. Afghanistan is Mesopotamia. Go on Google Earth. Look what Iran is, and then look what Bush said that Afghanistan war started, and then look what Iraq is. Look where Syria is, and then look in terms of military. They're trying to surround Iran. They literally already have. Who gonna push the biggest agenda? Israel. Why? Israel. Look, go on Google Earth. Skip over to Israel. Remember, Egypt had a revolt. The Jews run Egypt now. The Jews took over Libya when Gaddafi fell. You get caught up in names. If you get caught up in names, you're gonna lose the motherfucking. You're gonna lose the whole agenda. If you're fighting a motherfucking culture, we fighting an agenda. Who's sponsoring Ben Yahoo? It's bigger than Ben Yahoo. They're using him as a political mole because he's gonna push that agenda. The minute this nigga become elected, his sponsors is gonna put that shit into play. Why? Because Israel is fourth in the world in producing arms, sponsored by America. Put this shit into play. They are setting up
power on that.
the Persians. It's all going back to that same history repeats itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where was Malcolm X's grandson going before he got killed? Who was the one nation that reached out to one of America's Africans' most prolific talkers, most prolific leaders?
Oh, the nigga with the
Iran.
They snapped him up at the airport. Huh?
What's his name though with the M? The start with the M.
You caught up in, but if you caught up in how motherfuckers dress, who they dating, the titles that you gonna miss the motherfucking real agenda. Real talk.
No, I was gonna say that kind of made sense for when I was talking about those missing weapons, and then you had said that because then I said something about Iran or Al Qaeda. See what I mean? So that's why I said yellow cake after that.
My nigga, Afrakan tainted Malcolm X's grandson's name by getting him convicted of murdering his own granny. Right? He get his shit together. It's Iran. I got this shit saved. Go pull up that shit. It was the Iranian news who gave him a platform, and they wasn't asking him about his personal issues. Who you're dating? You have a Facebook page. None of that. They said, how is the black people in America doing? Something that ain't no, right? They using us That's military. How you think Vietnam won that war against America? They made it their business to keep the world focused on the attentions of the African in America. Right? How was a black man named Williams down in the southeast part of America, who just started having Negroes arm themselves? And the dictator of Vietnam loved this nigga so much, he had him come out there. And you look at the world, damn, Vietnam lost that war. So you see that it was us. We got power. We have influence. But if we don't keep our eye on the Malcolm X said his last things was, when we become politically mature and see the world internationally, you'll be able to look that man in the face and just say you're nothing but a coward. Why else would he gang up on you? His grandson took that to heed. Iran, go on Google Earth, look where Iran is, and look at where this shit is geographically, politically, and militarily. And you're going to see these motherfuckers think they slick. If Northern Koreans could put out a propaganda and say that the average American doesn't even know where London is on the map, what does that tell you?
You know, all this is, it's like we have an overload of information, but, it has to get down to basics, where basic fundamentals need to be met, and those issues need to be dealt with, whether or not anything comes out of it from this devil, because they're not. And they don't want to give us anything at all. The scam is being played over our people to think that this white man really don't want us here and really don't want us interacting in their society. That's a lie. Because if they didn't need us and didn't want us here, underline, then several of our very great orators like Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Khalid have said, then let us the fuck go, or give us some of this goddamn land and let us go do what we want to do by ourselves. Whether we win or lose, it'll be our choice. But they won't do it, you see. Elijah Muhammad been saying, he said 30 years before he died, and now the literature is still out here permeating in the communities that they by right, because they some, forgive me, but they just some lying motherfuckers, because they devils, they don't know no better. When they signed the treaties or signed the documents to let Negroes so-called free back in the 1800s, the deal was let them free, give each one of them 40 acres in the Butte. Well, we never got that. And nobody has ever said anything about it. And if they have, it's been so minute and so unimportant that it's never been put in the limelight. Now, excuse me, so lately here, then people been talking about reparations. Nothing happening with that. So Elijah Muhammad, years and years ago, before some of y'all were probably even born, and when I was a young girl, he said America should fund Black America for at least 25 years because of what we had went through as a people, our ancestors, for over 400 years. They should, by right, they should have funded Black people when they so-called let them go for 25 years. That means make sure we have everything we needed to start to build to become independent people. But they did not. And like Elijah Muhammad said, and they're not going to do it. So I said this once before on the show, after we done did everything, We didn't try to get their education. We try to upgrade our status in their society. You know, we get degrees. We try to live in better neighborhoods. We try to walk like them, talk like them, dress like them, everything. None of this has worked. So then what do we do? What the fuck can we do? So now back to the fundamental. They're not going to give us nothing. They don't want to give us nothing. They don't care about giving us nothing. But they want to continue to use us and abuse us, fake us out and trick us. And the few of us, like people on the line tonight perhaps, and other brothers and sisters who congregate together at times, those whose minds are open and see what's happening, besides us, the masses of the people are being tricked and played, being used and abused, and just spinning around in fucking circles. But then this is my suggestion. So be patient with me. And I've been thinking about this for years, that if we start showing some real productive movement, like number one thing that has not been challenged, and we're going into about the fourth or fifth generation up from slavery, is that nobody, no group of brothers and sisters, I'm talking about grassroots people like on the line, not your damn so-called Jesse Jacksons, Sharptons, all them niggas. I'm not thinking about none of them. Grassroots people who got their minds on right, come together, form a real strong group to go and challenge this one thing that nobody seems to want to talk about. And that's that goddamn Constitution where it says that we really are not American citizens and we're only 3/5 of a human being. And this is what I believe, that if we start showing the other blacks around the world who are also catching hell because of this white man, but for some reason everything is focused on the black man and woman in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we approach this motherfucking government and let them know, you know what, this shit needs to change right here, and then it make the news, we make sure it get out through the internet, through our phones, through pictures, through television, through radio, and let the rest of the world know that now we challenging these motherfuckers and they still ain't gonna budge. You see, to me, that'll bring some heat. But these are the kind of things that have to be doing, like the Bible say, who can make war with the beast? See, fighting them with war, like trying to get guns, like Huey B. Newton them tried to do back in the 60s, that's not going to work. Look what they did to the African people in Philadelphia. They dropped a fucking bomb on them in the middle of the city of Philadelphia. So they don't care nothing about no hundreds or even some thousands of us coming together talking about rah-rah system ball. We got the power. We won't chase each chain. They don't care nothing about that. Look what they doing in Ferguson. But when you get an impregnable force of brothers and sisters that mean business, ain't gonna stab one another in the back, not going to take a deal from no motherfucking body who come and tell them, look, we'll give you some money, we'll make you a leader if you turn on the rest of them. You find an impregnable force of brothers and sisters who will come together, and it has to be brothers and sisters. They ain't going to just listen to no niggas by themselves, and they ain't going to listen to no women by themselves. It's got to be a balance. And then start hitting them where they stand on that Constitution, because believe it or not, regardless of what we think, everything about them hinges on that Constitution. That's what they will go and die for. And the Constitution represents everything they believe in and everything they put in place on this planet to kill us and to flip our damn nation upside down. And that's Christianity. It's Christianity, the government, and capitalism. That's the Holy Trinity right there. And if we don't get strong enough to meet them at that door and make war with that beast by knowing their language and coming at them the same way they fucked us over with words. Think about it, brothers and sisters. With words they did this shit. With a fucking pen and a piece of paper. Sheepskin. That's why they still do that shit in the White House. With every time you see Obama signing something, it's on a piece of sheepskin with a motherfucking ink pen. That shit is all symbolic. But if we can do all the talking and niggas want to march, I ain't marching nowhere. But some niggas want to march, and some we have these programs like this where it's good to associate with those on that same cognitive level. But we got to get enough people who are unafraid and intelligent enough to come together and use the language against their own fucking devil ass.
And, sister, you saying that, and, with that passion that you have, I think that you might, that might be a call for you. Might have to start that program off to show the people which way that they need to roll, because that's, we're fighting a battle where there's so many different facets of the war, and that's one facet right there that, if someone wanted to partake in, that's a definite avenue of war to deal with.
Baby, I believe you. I understand what you're saying, but let me say something about this country. Before there was ever a shot, before an ounce of blood was shed, brother, they was having meetings, brother. They was having meetings, and they was writing shit down, and they was making laws to say this is what we're going to do. So now, you say as many facets of the world. We don't got nothing. We don't even got a nation, really.
I said there's facets to the war. Not only is the war being fought, as you're saying that, dealing with the legal definitions of what the Constitution is showing us. That's
not what
part of the war.
Brother Bourne, what she's saying is the same way they attacked. I'm paraphrasing, right? I'm not directly. What I got from what she said was, if they were able to destroy the world and gain control of it by getting everybody on their principle of thinking in terms of morality, they hold their motherfucking Constitution as a world doctrine for morality. If they talking about this new world order, for example, right? They talking about putting a one motherfucking plan in place, right? What she's saying is, we've done a lot of things, but we have not attacked their doctrine in the forms of. Remember, even if the world is the way it is, they have to still portray that the system works, even though we know it's bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
I understand exactly where you're coming from. That's how automatics we say it. Now I understand exactly where you're coming from now.
And the thing about it is who is it not working for? It's not working for us, but it's working for them. Don't be fooled. It's working for them. What is their plan? Their plan is to annihilate our ass. That means by starving us, putting us out in the street, fucking with our minds, and the list goes on and on. So who is it not working for? It's just not working for us. But if it's working for them, so if we don't attack them while we can with some strength and attack them at their door, as I was sharing, what I'm saying is, we ain't got to go to them with no language like they speak, going to them, this and thou and thou and thee and thou. No, we go to them speaking straight from our hip, like, you know what? This shit right here need to change, because we're not feeling this no more. We ain't no 3/5 of motherfucking human beings, and you know that we know that you motherfuckers know we are the gods of this motherfucking planet. So what the fuck is y'all still dealing with? Baby, let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. We do some group of brothers and sisters, and I'll be the first one on the motherfucking plane, train, or bus to meet anybody who ready to do that. For real, though. Meet them motherfuckers where they stand. Who, as the Bible say, who is able to make war with the beast? If the gods and the goddesses not going to do it, then it's fucking over. And it ain't about no power of no guns. That's secondary shit. They came at us with words. Even Constantinople and them, they went around with documents back in the ancient days and was, thus and though you people, we are now beginning to believe in Christianity. You feel what I'm saying?
No, yeah, they did that. They did a little blood shedding too. They cut some necks. They cut some necks.
Baby. I'm not disputing that they did not fight eventually. But they only start fighting because some of the ancient tribes say, no, fuck that shit. We don't know nothing about no Christianity. We ain't getting ready to bow down to that shit. So then the force had to come. But first it was words, brother.
Yeah, no, true indeed. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm not disputing that at all, because we going over that. We just been doing that for the last of the weeks.
I know y'all have, and you know what? I commend my younger, because I know I'm a little bit older than y'all, and I commend y'all for going over the literature and documents and chronologically learning step by step how they did that shit. That's beautiful. If that's what y'all have to do, fine. I don't need that. I already know. However, even after you understand how they did it, what are you doing? You're reading words. You're reading what these people did and how they did it. But the main thing we have to understand is they did it with words. And I'm not saying that once we go to, and I'm putting myself in it, once we go to the White House and or to the House of Representatives and check them with words, that they're not going to want to fight then, for real. But what does that mean then? You know what that would mean then? That after, because they ain't going to do it right away. They're going to have to talk and talk and talk. It'll be all over the news. Don Lemon and all the rest of them fucking coons, they'll be on the news with the white people saying, oh, we dare these Negroes to come here and demand. What are they talking about? And it'll be going on and on and on, and they'll be plotting this shit behind our backs. But you know what? While they doing that, we'll be doing the same thing, getting the shit out there in every damn state, making sure all black people know what the fuck's going on, and then let it get around in Africa and in the islands. And so then when they try to make that damn move, they won't be able to do it because the whole fucking world will be looking at them. See, the reason why they're getting over in the even small countries over in the Middle East is because we don't know what's going on until after the shit has already happened. That's why. And now they scaring people with this. We watching y'all on the internet. We hear you on your phone. Who gives a fuck? You feel me?
No, true indeed on that. True indeed. True indeed.
Who gives a fuck? We got to make our move while we can. I'm going to tell you, we're going to have some more generations going through the same shit. Y'all children, my children, and my grandchildren be on the phones, gathering little groups, talking about the same old shit, just like this Christianity bullshit. The same old shit over and over and over again. You see?
I don't think that we're going to continue on that path, though, sister. I think that right now we doing what you said happened earlier. Because right now we're in a situation where we're strategizing. We in these back rooms putting our strategy together in order for us to, you came in, you gave us some information on a strategy to take forward. So that's what we're doing right now, is pulling together these different bits of information to know what happened to us, because a lot of us are not equipped with the information of what happened to us in order for us to enact a proper strategy to go about getting our BB for Hodier. Right. So that's one of the things that's been missing, is that they strategize. They had hundreds of years of plotting. We just really, I'm saying it might be 30 years right now that we really starting to try to get back to what we want to be. And I ain't even going to say 30 years because we had a crack era. So I'll say after that we might be 15, 20 years in to trying to get ourselves back together.
Right, but beloved, we can't look at those things as no deterrent, because
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they no deterrent. I'm just saying that we got to see that.
Why white people all these years, for these last 2,000 years that they've been constantly gaining strength to overpower this globe. They didn't had years of death, the Black Plague. They didn't had all kind of shit, but it did not deter them, brother. You understand?
Exactly. And we have not been deterred. That's why we at this point right now. Reformulating ourselves because, like you said, they had years of the Black Plague, so it took them some time to reformulate themselves so they can go back out on their conquering trip.
They had all kinds, right here in America. They had those malaria. They had the disease that hit down in 1800s where it killed all them people in New Orleans and Alabama and Mississippi. I'm talking about white folk. So, I mean, all I'm saying is we can't look at nothing as a deterrent. We have to continue on. But now we at this point today, me, you, whoever else is on the line. Here we are. You know,
yes, indeed.
And the idea, not just an idea, the right direction is being submitted into our brain cells right now. Like I said, I've thought about this for many years because I've sit back and watched. Nothing is being done. You see what I'm saying? And then the bad thing about it is the niggas that we thought, not just us, not just y'all, not just me, like the Al Sharptons and the Mfumis and the Jesse Jacksons, the niggas that we thought was really doing things for our best interests, come to find out, no, they weren't. They just paid provocateurs. It's going to take people like us who have only one aim, and that's true freedom. You see what I'm saying? Who tired of seeing their people being downtrodden, who not out here for a buck, who not out here because they want another Mercedes or a bigger house. See, this is what has been tripping us up. We get too caught up in personalities that we think because they're famous or rich or scholars or whatever, this is what it should be about. But let's be real. The motherfuckers who wrote the Constitution, most of them didn't have no more than a 7th grade education. Some of them didn't even go to school. So it don't take that. It takes people who got one love, one aim, black power, not just in their mouth, but in their heart and soul, who's so tired of this bullshit, they just want to kill everything. Just like look, I knew Dr. Khalid. Y'all might have knew of him. I knew him. We used to talk together, eat together. And anytime he came in the area where I was, he would call me, let me know he was coming, because he wanted me to be where he was. That's my brother. When he got killed, and I say killed because ain't no fucking way Dr. Khalid had no goddamn aneurysm. He was one of the strongest, well and healthy men I have ever known in my life. I seen this man beat up motherfuckers in a whole group by himself. Throw motherfuckers out windows, breaking legs, busting noses. By himself, okay? So I say he got killed, murdered, assassinated over some bullshit. And so what I'm saying is, like he used to always say, ain't nothing good about a white man except for him to be a dead white man. You understand? But he was about revolution and hitting them where they. That's why he went on Phil Donahue. He didn't go on Phil Donahue for no money. He went on Phil Donahue so he could show us bold black man letting the crackers know in his face you ain't nothing but a damn dog. Khalid. Ashe. And this is why we have to continue to come up with not just strategies, plans, brother, and start into action. Because we have people like him that need to not to be forgotten. Our children need to be reading about him and standing up in front of the school or the classroom and talking about him. Because if we don't do it, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, yes, we need to continue to educate ourselves, but we also need to learn how to love one another, trust one another, and then be ready to make some real moves to come together. Those who have that strength to come together And let's do what that. And I ain't no Bible thumper, but I know it. I've read it, and I understand it. But who will make war with the beast? If the gods and goddesses, those who know who they are not ready to do that, then it's over. It's over.
One thing.
It's over.
Definitely. And as you say, we got to put some plans into action. Hopefully, everybody on the line, one of your main plans is educating your own child. Take your time, educate your child.
Sister, I'm with you full-hearted because I see, we can't be attacking, if we're attacking them and we have no doctrine to replace that which they have in place, it's going to be frivolous. Because
you know what? I understand that, but we don't want no document to replace them. We want to let them know, not only do we want to tell them to fucking change the Constitution, we want to let them know that we want that out of there, but we also are demanding that we have the right to make our own Constitution because they do not see us as citizens. Let's use their own language. We do not have no representation. So without representation, we should not be taxed. We're not citizens here. This is why they went and threw all that goddamn tea out the damn boats up there in Boston, because they were not being represented in America, them hunkies. And so they said, well, hell, why should we keep on paying for some motherfucking tea coming from England when ain't none of the goddamn money helping us? And they ain't got nobody over here trying to help us. So fuck some goddamn tea. And they threw that tea in the fucking river. Now, what they said was no representation, no taxation. That's what we can say. We don't have no fucking representation. Who represents the black man and woman in America in the goddamn Congress? Nobody. So when we do this, we going to have our shit to death. That's why I'm saying we got to be willing to be organized enough. We come together and agree. Number one, we want to let them motherfuckers know we're the gods and the goddess of the universe. We dare them to continue let that shit stay in their Constitution, that we just 3/5 of a person. But number two, goddammit, we don't even want to be a part of your society. We want to have our own way of living and have our own fucking Constitution, and bam, here it is, right here. Now, I'm not saying that they going to be willing to do that, because you know they ain't. But when we do this, we're going to already have it in place that once we make that move and boom, it's going to be all over television. Then we're going to let everybody, every media way we can, let every black man and woman across the world know niggas in the United States is standing up. They are getting ready to make war with this motherfucking beast.
So can I ask you something? First, I'm definitely of the mindset that we are not citizens. And I've heard some other elders who spoke on that, Dr. Walter Williams, and in terms of us being taxed without representation, that's something I'm definitely willing to stand for, something I also heard Baba Maddox espouse. But I want to ask you this. Do you see an elimination of the cracker beast? What do you see? Do you see the cracker beast existing in its own section in this country and we existing in our own section, or do you see a need for an extermination of the cracker beast?
Okay, this is what's realistic. This devil did not come here through osmosis. He came here and started being manufactured through us. When we began to have black, non-melanin children, non-pigmented black people, hundreds of thousands of years ago, because their nature was still that of goodness like ours. See, the black man and woman and child, we're born from the cradle. We're born from the birth canal, just naturally being good-natured, loving, and kind people. We can't help it. We're not nasty people. We learn that shit because of the condition that we are born in. So when the melanin, non-melanin original people were born on this planet from the seed of the black man and woman, instead of us killing them, we allowed them to live because they were of us and still had the same nature. But as time went by, and that melanin, that non-melanin and non-pigmentation in them started showing a different type of character. And because they could not live close to the equator, they began to spread out and go up into the colder parts of what we call Asia or Africa, which would be like northern Africa, and then up across the Mediterranean up into the Caucasus Mountains area. That's what they did. And because of doing that, they become more characteristically unlike us. Now, in my opinion, we should have killed them because they were some freaks of nature anyway. But because we were loving and kind people, peaceful people, they did not appear as a threat. But after now, just understand something. We've been on this planet for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Thousands and hundreds of years. This migrationary period did not start until 60,000 years ago. So when that began to happen and their characteristics changed, and lo, they became then like beasts in the field up in them Caucasus Mountains, living in caves and not wearing any clothes. But that was the climate that was conducive to them. They did not like being near the equator because their melanin was so non-existent, they could not live under the sun in the heat like that. So they went up in the mountains where they thrived and became a civilization of hunkies, as we call crackers, wearing clothes and shit because they had to put on something to keep them from getting so cold. But then when they grew powerful enough, they started coming down out of the mountains, good night, honey, and started watching us, and jealousy began to thrive in their character against us. And so that is how, after years and centuries went by and them continually staying focused on the fact that their jealousy and greed made them start hating the black original man, that's how they came to be who they are today. Now, so what I'm giving sister is this. Surely we need to separate from them. And this is what we want. Why should we have to leave a country or a part of this land on this planet that belongs to us anyway? And since they say it's only a small percentage of us on the American shore, then why not give us Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia? You understand what I'm saying? Why not give us these lands? Because they don't like being down here. It's too hot for them. Texas. You understand what I'm saying? So what's going to happen is that's what we need. We need to separate from them, and what will happen is they will become weaker because without us, they will die. But I'm going to tell you another thing that's keeping them powerful, because some of us, more men than women, but both, keep grafting into them by fucking around with them, having babies and sleeping with them. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I do. So you don't
and we creating subhumans of ourselves again that only turn around and fight us. You see what I'm saying? So if we separate and become and stay united and build a pregnable wall where if a nigga even act like they want to be with a white person, we kill them dead on sight. You understand?
I do. So we don't kill the cracker beast, though. I want to make sure you don't think that extermination of the cracker beast.
I don't think it's sister, my sister, Queen. I don't think it's possible because we do not own no fucking battleships, no nuclear bombs, none of that, baby. We don't own none of that. And they are trying to make it possible where we can't even own a handgun. So we have to be realistic.
You realize too, though, now. You brought up the revolution, taxation without a representation, and they didn't have the same armament that Cracker Beast Mama had, Great Britain, but they went to war, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think about what they did to our people, and I don't know how I can let that go. You know, that's just me, though.
I hear you. I'm with you. I feel the same way. Listen, I it's in my heart because I believe we should all have arms. But you know what? Say if it's only 30 million black people in America, adults, we ain't going to count the children. If each one of us had a gun, beloved, it ain't nothing we can do with this white hunky. Not when it comes to firepower. And I'm going to tell you something. Believe me, that's what they really want us to do so they can exterminate all of us. So what good would that be? That's a non-productive move. But if we come together about ourselves and then we do have enough arms to protect our gates and our borders, we will have the right to do that because we will be then organized and let them know now we are divided states from y'all. Y'all do what the hell y'all want to do with the other 43 states, but we got these 5 right here, okay, in the lower 48. We ain't worried about Hawaii. We ain't worried about Alaska or the Puerto Rican Islands. We got these 5 in the lower 48, okay? And so then if they try to come around upon us, we would have all the right in the world. But you know what, sister? Believe me, the trajectory that if we make this move in the next few years and start moving toward that reality for ourselves, by developing our own constitution, and then we start working it, and then daring any brother or sister to go against what we have developed for ourselves again, then war won't even really be necessary, sister. That's just how I see it. It won't. Because the worst way, my father used to tell me when it comes to my relationship with a man, he would tell me the best way to hurt him is to leave him alone, sister. My daddy would say that, you hurt, you're mad, you're ready to kill him, but don't kill him. Just leave him alone. That'll hurt him worse than anything. So that's how I look at this white man. When we leave him alone, when we stop wanting his clothes, stop wanting his food, stop wanting to congregate with him, stop wanting his alcohol, stop wanting his cigarettes, all that kind of stuff, we're going to hit them where it really hurt because let's understand, let's keep in mind, their Holy Trinity is their Catholic Church, their government, and capitalism. If we start keeping money from going in their pocket, that's going to hurt them, baby. That's going to hurt them.
Man, we trying to kill them hoes, man. Look, man, I feel all that, and I'm not meaning no disrespect. But you asking us to just forget everything they done to us.
But it's a pipe dream. You know why we got this thing?
No, it's not a pipe dream.
We waited too late. We waited.
Hold on, sister. Hold on, sister. Hold on, brother. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you speak. But
go ahead.
Just let the brother, express himself.
I am.
All right.
All I gotta say, man, is when the white man first came over here, the Native Americans didn't have no guns, and they still fought them hoes to the death. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm with Sister Camille. Fuck them white man. You hear me? Fuck what he talking about. We should go out here and slap them hoes every chance we get. You hear me?
Black power.
Okay, and look at what happened to our brothers, the so-called.
Right. It's advised for a warrior to go to war without making sure his woman and his children are safe. That's ill-advised. That's genocide.
And then not only that, a warrior always gets fucked up, but a trained soldier always wins.
That's real.
And see, that's what happened to the Indians. They warred, but look at them now. They warred and they are extinct. Because these Indians on these fucking reservations trust and believe, if you know anything about our history, those are not the real Indians. Those are fucking half-breeds. The real Indians were black, just like the so-called slaves that came over here. But look what has happened to them. Because they have been separated and isolated, the selection and mutation process has begun with them. And now you can't hardly find no black in them at all.
Oh.
The selection and mutation process is a dangerous thing.
Hold on, I like to interject.
What people talk about, Brother Braun, what he's talking about is the same thing Dr. Clark was saying when he said sex politics. The reason why white folks are tying into everything that's ours is that's that lease on life. And the best harm we can fit on them is to leave them in their misery.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, right? Check this out, right? I just wanted to put this in real quick about a warrior. I think nowadays, though, we are more like a Safo. We warrior scholars, which is a Safo. We're not unlikened to a soldier who can't think. You know what I'm saying? We those who can think nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So you know that's just to put that in about what a Safo is, which is a warrior who's a thinking warrior.
And I just want to say, you know, history has shown me it's not like we came looking for them. They came looking for us, and they didn't give up the 40 acres in the museum. I don't see them giving anything. Plus, I do feel like Marcus Garvey stated that there's a retribution that must be dealt out, and that's where I'm at on it. We got
to look at words.
When you look at Reconstruction, they tried the 40 acres in the mule on some islands outside of Carolina. You know what happened? Poor whites found out about it and burnt this shit down. See, that's all I want to say. You would see their doctrine is bullshit because they have to pull other motherfuckers by.
And look what they did to down there in Oklahoma. You had a Black Wall Street down there. They went down there and bombed our motherfucking people while they were sitting at their goddamn table eating dinner. The whole fucking family just wiped them out. Now, come on, we got, Camilla, be a warrior, be a soldier, but this is what the problem is. We can't come together and get focused on a directive. We got all these emotions. I hear you. You think I ain't mad? You think I don't want to kill somebody? Listen, if it wasn't for my children, I would kill a bunch of these motherfucking hunkies and go in the jail and motherfucker, I'm going to die anyway. Give me the goddamn death penalty shit. I'll be in a room 3 meals a day. Ain't no good food, but at least I have it. I ain't got to work. I ain't got to do a goddamn thing. I'm going to die anyway. For God and kill me. I done killed up a bunch of you motherfuckers, so I don't really care. But, I got my children trained. I don't want you to. Why should we go out here and be stupid and get killed with some firepower, with some pop guns that they got, and they got more than us when we can outthink them? This has been our saving grace all along. We've been able to outthink them. What Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman did was outthink them motherfuckers. That's why they got people to freedom.
Can I ask real quick? What make you think they really got more guns than us right there? Because they don't even got more numbers than we do.
Who?
And most of the soldiers in the armies are minorities, not crackers.
Who is they though? Who you talking about? Us? You
cracker
talking
beast? No, I'm talking about the crackers. The crackers ain't that deep in
Them brothers and sisters that's in the service, they are so messed up in the mind. They not gonna help us. If a revolution starts, they'll be on the side with the guys.
I ain't saying that. I said most of the numbers in the army are minorities. What I'm saying is, Whitey don't got them many numbers.
I believe that there's not more of us than them as far as actual bodies, but they got more power, so that power outnumbers us because every black man and woman in America ain't got no gun, not even one.
That's not true.
Hold on. Let me sum this up real quick. Can I get in real fast? Can I get in? I just want to get in real quick and just say that I definitely see exactly where the sister is coming from, with the signs of that we need to build a strong policy amongst ourselves in order for us to be able to have some type of unity amongst ourselves. So in the case of any actions of war, then we at least already have some type of policy in place that is already unified up under a certain type of guidelines, because up under those certain guidelines, which would be, I would say, nationalistic guidelines, that would be the context that we would have to go to war if that point came. But the thing is, we must make issue the declaration of our own nationalism, that we are this nation. We see exactly what's going on here. We no longer are going to engage with you, knowing already that we already know already that this is something that is for show. This is just something for show that we want to show the rest of the world. This is a show act that we want to put the other people on notice also, that the African who you've been looking for to stand up here in America has stood up. Now, if anybody wants to go to war, you already have the declaration being said that if you don't treat these people like...
Back up what she's saying, y'all. Can I cite something? I quickly back up what she's saying. After Doc cited what he said, he cited, look at Haiti. Look at Haiti won. They won. They kicked the motherfucking, the British, after they kicked the French ass, the British brother, they'll send 100,000 troops to destroy the Haitians. They never made it to the motherfucking shores. But what happened to Haiti and why Haiti didn't get this in their head? Dr. Clark say before they even had time to reconcile their issues among themselves, they adopted a French form constitution where mulattoes running the shit.
Hell yeah. See, all
when the mulattoes came with the paper, go ahead, Queen.
Right, all those things got to be weeded out. See, let me tell you something. I love my people. I don't give a fuck what hue they are. But we got to deal with what's real. This mulattoes was the real slaves. They couldn't contain no dark-skinned niggas. Not even during slavery could they contain them. That's why they always had fucking agents among them. So, this is a fact. You can read it in their documents. Pull up Henry Berry's speech in 1832. That speech, which they made in Virginia during a legislative conference, them hunkies said flat out how to make a slave. They said a slave is made by a freed man, which was a white man, and a black Negro slave woman. Okay? This is what they said. And it says that this is what they said in 1932. That they didn't say they were going to. They said they have already distinguished any possibility of light to come to the black man and woman in America. And they said they had one step only left to do, and that was to make sure no light ever came to us. Now, what does that mean?
How did the Haitians get their freedom?
That's in their document. You can read it for yourself. Henry Berry's speech, 1832.
I'm not asking about that. Sister, I'm asking, I just threw out there for anybody to answer, and I'm not directing this to you. I'm just throwing out here, how did those Africans in Haiti get their freedom from the Cracker Beach French? How did it happen? Was it through declaration? Was it
They had a revolt. But what's the light of having a revolt of freedom for 10 years and still be under the colonialism for fucking 5 generations?
How did they get their freedom?
I'm gonna say it again. What's the point of fighting colonialism? Winning, right? Who liberated France? Who liberated France? A dark-skinned Haitian. Well, who put the fucking French Constitution in place? A mulatto. So what's the point of winning victory for 10 years of freedom and then to be having your people enslaved not through them losing through war, losing through words.
Through words. And it was words, believe me, Sister Camilla, even though it was a fight, even though they got to fighting, trust and believe, before they started revolting physically, some of them Haitians was together writing down shit and congregating together secretly. And that's all I'm saying, sister. See, you want to rush to the fight, but believe me, them people had enough sense to come together and organize themselves and write shit down about what steps they were going to take, and then get that information out to the rest of the Haitis so they could all be on board with the same agenda.
Sister, my point being, at the end of the day, how they got their freedom, whether they wrote it down and planned it out, they had to shed blood. So if we think that is not going to be the case with us with this cracker beef, we're going to have to politely agree to disagree.
But that ain't what you said. No one has. I said about 15 minutes ago, Sister Kalima, that ultimately there may have to be some bloodshed and war. I said that. I'm saying at first,
got no problem then.
At first, we have to do the objective, and that's meet them where they stand. Because what do you see on TV all day long in America? I'm not talking about what they doing in other countries, calling themselves aiding other countries in war. I'm talking about here in America. It's a war of words all day long. That's why we got Christianity on the damn television 24 hours a day. That's why we got government on TV 24 hours a day. That's why we got the news on TV 24 hours a day. War of words, sister.
No doubt. You're definitely right about that. Propaganda comes first.
I'm not trying to be on here to be arguing. You know, I listened for a long time, and all I did was inject the right idea. We should not be arguing about our objective. But the thing about it is, unless we show this man that we are ready to tear down their constitution that they use every day to govern us and to control us, then it's not going to mean a damn thing to start at their feet when they up there at their motherfucking head. That's all I'm saying.
And listen, hold on, before anyone say anything, sister, I don't want anyone to think that it's an argument. But one of the things that, as you said in the planning session, sometimes the debate about the strategy, how we go about this, it sometimes get heated.
Right.
It sometimes get heated. So that's all that is. It's all African love though, because at the end of the day, what we all, I know that we all can agree on the line that we're looking for African liberation. At the end of the day, we're looking at that for all our people. Nobody up here has got any love for the camel, the cracker, the beef, however it got to go down, we want to get it over with. But the main thing is that we want it to go down and we want to get it over with because it's been just too long of us waiting.
Can I make a suggestion then for right now? Because I know this broadcast going to have to end eventually. Each one of us here now, why not take this idea? Because, listen, we can have other objectives all day long, because we got to go to work, we got to go to school, we got our families. We still going to have our talk shows to vibe with other brothers and sisters, because it's a healthy thing to do that, because there's so much chaos out here with the masses of the people. Most of them are crazy. So the few of us who are not insane, it's good to come together. That's why I call in and listen sometimes. That's why I call in to just voice, just to be able to vibe with people I know that we at least are looking at the same type of objective. Okay, let's take this because the Bible says it, and it is just if you know the history, the ancient history, then just look at it for what it was. You got to meet them where they stand. So let's take this objective, and when you're around other people for the rest of this week, or until we meet again over this line on this program, talk to other people about it and see what the vibe and the temperature might be. Then when we come back together, we can make some more plans, because I'm willing to come wherever I have to come to meet whoever wants to come together and start this objective.
Listen, you saying that, right, sister? I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to give what I say to that, and we definitely looking for that liberation. But I'm going to say something to you, right? A young brother called me earlier today, right? And I mentioned this on the other show earlier. A young brother called me earlier today. He's 17, and he called me. He was like, yo, I used to see him at a program I used to go to. And so he was like, yo, I gave him my Facebook information. So this is probably about maybe a year ago, probably a little bit longer. So he was like, yo, man, I want to talk to you about slavery and integration, right? He was like, I got a project for school. So, he hit me in my Facebook inbox, and then he called me he texted me today, and I called him. And so one of the things that he said was, he was like, yo, I've been getting together with some of my friends. He said, because, I just know that we need some type of liberation for our black people, man. He was like, yo, I just understand that this ain't right. I ain't been looking at this the right way. He was like, but one of the things that I know we got to do is, he said, yo, I just want to we got to put together some type of laws for us, some type of way that we can know how to act with us and how to act within the law, because, this shit is always messing us up. And I was like, word? He was like, yeah, man. He's like, we need some type of laws or something, some morals or something, some type of way that we can know how to act as black people and that we can give to all black people. Mm-hmm. So, just saying that and hearing the conversation that you're saying today, it's a similar type of conversation. You understand? So I'm definitely taking heed to what you're saying, because I'm going to bring that up to them. They, his friends 16, 17, 18 years old. So, they the youth. They the ones who really going to carry on what we are on the phone talking to, what we on the phone not talking about, but strategizing over and putting together a proper plan, because proper plans prevent poor performance.
Okay, so let me share something with you right quick. I don't know how long we got. And I'm going to tell you who I am, because, I'm trying to get in touch with Sarasota, because this sister, Goddess Aaliyah, and I have a few things on Facebook. I do a radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 to 7, and it's about liberation. But this is the thing. This is why I'm telling you about young people with the right type of, not just leadership, guidance. In 2001 in Cincinnati, Ohio, I was living in Cincinnati, Ohio at the time. If you look, you can pull it up on the internet. They had a riot in 2001 in Cincinnati because the cop killed a young brother by the name of Timothy Thomas in the back of an alley. The young boy had a cell phone. He was trying to put his cell phone in his pocket, and the cop shot him down and killed him, trying to say he had a gun. When they searched him, all they found was a cell phone. Those children ignited. Do you understand what I'm saying? They ignited. They went downtown Cincinnati and tore it up. Okay? Mm-hmm. I was one of the older sisters who saw that they was getting ready to exterminate our children. You understand? And I took a couple of brothers and sisters that I knew, and one was named Obaka. His name is Obaka. He used to be very close, again, like me, with Khalid. And we went and we got with them children and told them, okay, y'all did a good thing, y'all right on, but now let's get organized, because they want to kill every one of y'all. You just can't. No more running around in the streets. Come on, let's make some noise, for real. I organized them. I did. I organized them, started the Black Youth Coalition Against Justice, put a 15-year-old boy as the president, and he could talk too. We started going down to the city hall and everything. You understand? Now, tell you what happened. Because I ain't no sellout, the city didn't really want to deal with me because they said I was too radical. But I had the children. So what they did was wanted me to start dealing with this nigga. And when you pull all this up, you'll see this nigga by the name of Reverend Damon Lynch. I've been knowing him since I was a little girl. He's older than me, but our fathers used to know each other and ran in the same circles. So they appointed him as a Baptist preacher to be the official leader over the children, but he really wasn't. It was me. You see? And I'm keeping the children powered up, wanting to fight. We start going down to City Hall demanding for money so we can open community centers, so we can start doing youth training for jobs and all this kind of stuff. Now, I'm saying this to say this. I tried the way of the government, and it didn't work. So what eventually happened is they start bringing in all these so-called guys and women with suitcases and briefcases and all this bullshitting-ass bureaucracy bullshit, and they damn near disbanded the whole organization to quell the children with promises that they knew they wasn't going to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the radical children, they just said fuck it and went back to the streets. But the ones that they could get a hold of, the ones that they deemed as intelligent and educated, they started working with them. And they almost talked them totally against me. But what I did, the last time we had a meeting, I told them, I said, you know what? I didn't come here to be y'all leader, and I didn't come here to force you to do anything. If at this point the spirit is that you are now ready to what's the word? Concede. I said, then Sister Aaliyah will gladly bow out. And I appointed another young brother to work with Daryl. His name is Derek Blassingame. That's who was the president over the coalition. I appointed another young man to work with him, and I gave them all of the necessary documents that we had and told them to go ahead on and go for themselves. Now, another reason why I did is because they were talking about killing me. My father had to go on the radio, black radio station, and tell them, anybody touch my motherfucking daughter, this damn town gonna burn to the ground. Because she got a right to get out there and say what she's saying and work with her own people. That's what's wrong with us today. We will help the hunkies kill one another. But my damn daughter better not get hurt. My daddy called me and said, baby, you done did all you can do. It's time to let it go because I don't want you to get hurt. But I already knew it because I could see how, they was dissipating the movement, and that's what their intention was. So, see, I done seen this shit happen. And so what I'm sharing is, though, you're right, brother, it's the youth who we got to get to. Because the majority of us that's 40 and over or even 35 and over, we kind of fucked up. Because everybody vying to be a leader or want some money or want to get paid up under the table. But these youth are raw and pure. And if you have got that opportunity for one to reach out to you, this is your time, brother. And I will help you in every way I can. Because to me, it's not about who out front. It's who's going to do the work.
Exactly.
So these youth are ready. I got 4 of my own, and I'm training them to be fucking soldiers. My 4 daughters is bad, let me tell you. Good night, baby. See you in the morning. My daughters is bad. They listening to me now. You understand? And they're not going to go to sleep until I'm off this phone. Because they hearing truth, and they love it. And they ready. My daughters is virgins, every last one of them. They don't run the street. They don't talk to boys. I homeschool them. You understand? They not fucked up by this world. I know all my sisters to do the same thing with their children, but some of them too damn lazy, some of them stupid and don't know, and some of them hard-headed and don't want to listen. You understand? That's those 3 extremities right there. First, the gods and the goddesses got to come together, like my brother said so eloquently. We got to get our children out of the grip of these damn crackers in these schools and shit. And then we got to come up with an objective to take it to this beast. Those are only 3 real objectives we have to work with that will bring a change overnight. I'm a happy woman. I don't like what's happening out here, but I'm happy in myself because I know the truth. I know who I am, and I sleep good at night, and I have peace of mind. And I know I can't do it by myself, so I'm always open to want to join with whoever is ready to get to the objective, not to sit up being arguing about this and arguing about that. You know, it's Kalima, my sister. I am mad as hell, not just for you, but for me and all my sisters out here that's struggling, all of our children that's struggling, for our brothers who seem to not be able to find a motherfucking way as lions in a cage, can't get out of this motherfucking 2x3. See, you got to know the science. That's what that science means. Who is that one that's locked in a cage, 2x3, walking to and fro and don't know what the fuck to do to get out the cage? That's talking about the black man and woman in America. But we know what to do now. All of us are not blind. That's why y'all on this line. That's why we all on this line. Today is the day. This is the year. Because this white man got it planned. By 2020, they plan to have this shit so locked down, we won't have a chance like this for a long time.
I definitely agree on that. I agree on that. He definitely got plans to get us locked down so we can never be able to get up out this rut. And if we do, it'll be a long time from now. Because we're already on a short climb, and it's strong. The energy's strong. I definitely think that. Thank you for everything that you dropped down, because you got my energy up. Because I feel real good. Like I said, when the young man called me and what he dropped to me, I said, all right. I was like, yo, I was like, yo, listen, man, I was like, yo, after all of that, he probably seen me maybe two times at the program, and then he bounced out the program. But
true revolutionaries will never get the goddamn recognition they need. Look at Sarah Sudi. Now niggas is going around talking about, well, he talked he cussed too much. I like him, but he cussed too much. Who gives a fuck? You understand what I'm saying? The man is telling the truth. That's all that's necessary.
If he ain't for you, he ain't for you. Stop listening.
Hell yeah, and you know what? That kind of nigga that think like that, we don't even want them around us because it's just words. You understand what I'm saying? And we only cuss to express ourselves to show that we mean goddamn business. You know what I'm saying?
Already.
Okay, so see, this is what I'm saying. Them kind of niggas got to be weeded out. And how we going to do it? You got to have that group, that nucleus. Okay, let's get to the science. We have to build a nucleus of guys and goddesses that ain't going to play, ain't going to let you play with them, don't want to hear no bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? And just like you got the nucleus, then you got the cell membrane, good night, baby, and the cell wall. You feel me? Mm-hmm. What happens in the cell? The cell wall keeps what? It keeps all the bullshit out from getting into the cell, right? Mm-hmm. And the cell membrane, whatever gets past the cell wall, the cell membrane sorts it out to make sure it's good nutrients or it's bad nutrients so it won't get to the nucleus and fuck up the nucleus. Am I right or wrong?
I say.
Okay, that's what we got to do. We got to build that nucleus of brothers and sisters that's so serious that when a nigga or a niggette come our way with some bullshit, we'll reject them right away. Like, nah, you can't be a part of this. It's got to be an inclusive group of brothers and sisters. Now, around that inclusive group will be the membrane, so it'll be that other exclusive group, right? And then around that membrane will be the soldiers who will be the wall to make sure ain't nobody going to fuck with that nucleus so that nucleus can get the work done. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't see no problem. I see no problems with any of that right there. We definitely look to stand strong. I'm glad that you came through, Sister Elias.
No problem.
I know I've heard your voice before on the show.
Yes, sir.
And as I said, for anybody in the listening audience, and we all know that as Africans, we express ourselves with energy and emotion. If you don't have no energy and emotion, then sometimes we feel like something might be wrong. So we hold our stances strong when we talk to each other, but it's all in love because, as you said, we all been a hurt people or torn people, so we're dealing with a serious problem. So it's serious when we talk about this.
That's
you
right.
Know?
No,
so,
I don't feel no way. Matter of fact, I'm more concerned about how y'all would feel because you know what? I talk shop when it's time to talk shop. When I'm dealing with my children, my man, I talk another way. When I'm dealing business, I talk another way. But when it's time to talk shop, and that's what we doing. We talk shop. You understand? When you talking shop, ain't no holds bar.
Well, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
so don't look at me less than a woman because I know how to behave when it's time. I ain't gonna see you as no less of a man. You see?
No, we don't have no problem with that, sister. No doubt at all. Everybody on the line understand, and I hope not. If you got a problem, as you say, you got a problem with the words up here, then you on the wrong goddamn. You on the wrong show. You on the wrong show and shit. This ain't that show right here. You supposed to do this for the one that sell early show. This ain't this one. Not here. But
yes,
you
sir.
know.
I love it myself because I love to hear that passion. We got to have that passion today.
No, definitely. If you don't got that's what I said. If you don't have the passion, then we know that it's just a certain spirit that you got to have in order to be able to deal with each other because this shit is wrong. This is a long goddamn time that we dealing with, and this ain't for you can't have what you say can't have rose language. You can't have no soft shoe. You can't have soft shoe language in a war that you need your goddamn boots on and Timberland. You can't. This ain't a penny loafer. Goddamn land over here. That's what it is. This ain't penny loafer land.
This ain't no time for no flip flops. This ain't no time for no flip flops and sandals. I got you. Check. So let's be that objective then. That we'll all agree that we'll go from here with that science about the getting together, getting our own army, our own armament together, which is come to the agreement that we can come together and start developing our own constitution and developing a strategy that we can arm ourselves with that intellect to take it to these beasts, to them at a particular time when we can decide on what day, what month, what season that we want to do this. Because it's not something that we can do overnight. I mean, I don't feel like we can just sit up in a week and say, okay, we're going to write down this document and this is going to be cool. No. People live in different areas. We got to plan this thing where everybody will conveniently and economically be able to come together. And when we come together, not to just meet just to meet, but to really get down to business. And then when we leave, then we will be able to decide when we do come together again, we will be meeting up to get to Washington. You understand?
Sister Aaliyah, are you on the Facebook? Are you part of the group on Feet on the Ground? The Feet on the Ground group?
I think I did send y'all a friend request or a like or something. I did. I think so.
All right.
If I didn't, I will. And one of my Facebook page is Goddess Aaliyah Muhammad.
All right, I'm gonna check it out, but I wanted to make sure so I can make sure that we'll be able to get in contact about a couple of different things.
Absolutely, because that's what I wanted to hear, and I appreciate that. That's what I'm talking about. We got to get our numbers together. We can start having some conference call other than your program where we can sit up and strategize together like that. You know what I'm saying? Because, look, we can't be afraid of, they're going to be hearing us. No, hey, it's too late for that. They got our fucking kind of electronic for that. You understand?
No, we done said enough shit. We done said enough shit on this radio program here that, if they listening, look, listen, if you listening or not, man, all you can do is just try to come get me. That's all the hell you can do. At the end of the day, that's all you can do is try to come get me. You know what I'm saying? So,
that's what we need. We need that security that if they try to come up on either one of the real revolutionaries, then the rest of them coming. You understand what I'm saying? It should never be a time that a real revolutionary should be worried about if they go to jail or anything like that, because if they do, boom, the rest of us going to come together and get that money and get them out. You see what I'm saying? This is the kind of love that they used to have back when I was a little girl, when they had all those revolutionary groups back in the 50s and the 60s and the early parts of the 70s. You didn't worry about stuff like that. You know, Huey P. Newton them didn't worry about going to jail. Somebody went and got him out. But when they seen they could not break their power like that, then that's when they decided to kill them. You see?
Mm-hmm. That was earlier. That was the only reason why I mentioned that crack era is because of how that just gave a time where they attacked the women in the community with that type of drug, which brought about that disunity of being able, you know, at that point in time when the Panthers and a lot of those revolutionary groups were coming about, they had a time where they could be unified. But during that 80s period, they broke they made us really disunified and really not mistrusting or untrusting of each other.
That's right. Can you do? And I'm as your sister, I'm gonna ask all of you on this line, get that speech and read it, and then you will know exactly why that happened, and it will happen again.
Hold on.
What happened was
hold on one second. I want Google. I'm gonna get the name of this. You say 1832.
Yes, Henry Berry, Henry, Berry, Berry, 1832 speech in Virginia. Everybody needs to pull this up. Camilla, pull it up, my sister, and read it thoroughly. See, what my brother was just saying is this, what happened in the 80s with that crack. When they seen that even sending black men to Vietnam was not going to deter our movement, when they seen that killing brothers and putting them in jail was not going to deter our movement. I ain't talking about no particular part of the movement. I'm talking about the movement, period. Okay? They came up with the plan, 2 plans, an economic plan and then a destructing of the fiber of the black community plan, which was what? Attack the woman. When you start taking the woman and the child bond and destroying it, you destroy the fiber of the community. You destroy. In our communities over the years, black men have drank, they ran the street, they was on cocaine, they was con artists, pimps, but it never destroyed the fiber of the community. Why? Because the black woman was in her place. The black woman was strong, and the black woman wasn't out there dealing with drugs and wasn't no con artists and no pimps. Yeah, you had some black women that was prostitute, but most of them damn women that them pimps had on the block back in the 50s and the 40s and the early 60s was white girls. Okay? But when they got to the black woman, they destroyed the black fiber. And that's just the bottom line. And that's why it's in the condition it is. We didn't do it willingly, but because the black men were being destroyed in Vietnam. You know how many black women lost a man in the 60s because of the Vietnam War and was left out of here with no money, no ability to take care of themselves or anything like this? So what did they do? The surge was then to turn to what? The system, welfare. Most of these women had children by the brothers. They wasn't thinking about no fucking marriages. They was just their man. So when they died, they couldn't get no damn money from the government being just their girlfriend. And they had children by them. So what did they do? They turned to the system. A lot of women turned to drugs. A lot of women turned to the streets. But the whole plan was to destroy the bond of the black woman and the child so that as children began to still being born, they would already come into the world with already problems and issues. And as they grew up in poverty, it was going to be condition after condition after condition. But as long as the black woman was in place, and they seen this even through slavery, as long as Mammy was strong and had the glue to keep everybody congruent, they had hell to deal with them niggas. Because Mammy was strong.
Right.
But they didn't kill Mammy today because they making Mammy feel like she got to be as big as a goddamn pencil with hair weave all down her hair, her back. You understand what I'm saying? See, when they start killing the fiber and they start killing the image and the perception of black women in their own self, it's fucked up. Now black women want to walk around looking like Twiggy. You know, now just think, I'm asking you to think. You have never, if you black in America, you remember one thing about the way it used to be. Everybody had a big mama. Am I right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Big mama kept pride together. Big mama kept the family together. You love hugging Big mama with them big breasts and putting your arms around her soft waist. Big mama knew how to cook. Everybody was over Big mama house on Sunday. But some of you probably missed that because of the 80s shit. And what else happened in the 80s? They decided in America, well, we're going to develop the Black Millionaire Club. So they develop an economic base where the powers that be, these rich motherfucking crackers, could spend money on entertainment like basketball. So you got Michael Jordan and all these motherfuckers soon start making millions of dollars just to play basketball. You feel me? Mm-hmm. And out of that, and then Oprah Winfrey come on the goddamn television as a black host making millions. They did that as a plan. That was a plan to continue to keep us divided and self-divided. They knew if they give some niggas some money and then let them be on TV, and that go for the rappers too, talking about, yeah, I got a Cadillac and a Benz and I got gold and ice and I'm living here and I'm living there and I'm wearing Gucci and all, that it would make other black people, this was the trick, to make other black people feel like if they get a good education and just turn to Jesus, everything would be all right. Because why? That's what Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, and all the motherfuckers said on TV. Every time they made a move, what you hear them say? I want to give honor to God, the Father, the head of my life. Is that what Common said on the Oscar? Is that what Common said on the Oscar?
That is what he said.
Now, let's think about this. How many white motherfuckers got up on that stage, won the Oscar, and said, I want to thank God for this? Name one.
You're trying to be thinking the motherfucking producer.
Hell yeah, they family.
The dog, Auntie Ellie, Joe Bob, you know.
Wait a minute, they think they mama, they think they daddies, they think their wives, they children, but they never say thank you, God, for a goddamn thing. As soon as the nigga get up there, the first thing they say, first of all, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ, Jehovah, the head of my life. That's what they did.
Yeah. Right on.
That's what they did. Those two things in the 80s destroyed the black communities flat out. Now, Malcolm was already gone. Martin was already gone. Elijah Muhammad was on his way out. You feel me? And then, boom, here they come with their plan. Here they come. Look. We didn't even have no Arabs in our communities back in the 70s. That shit didn't happen until the late 70s going into the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So, babies, my brothers and sisters, and I'm not that much older than y'all, but I was young enough to see this shit. But I'm going to tell you what I've been doing all my life. Even when I was in school, even when I was working, even when I was with my husband and we was planning our family, I always studied the time. I studied all this shit. And I read and I listened to my great authors. I listened to Henry Clark. I listened. I was hanging with Khalid, so I knew exactly where he was coming from. See, that's why people got to understand, everybody with a name, Muhammad or whatever, we ain't caught up in that religious bullshit like Farrakhan and his camp. See, that's some bullshit. The Nation of Islam in the 70s was a nationalist organization about self-help, and if you wasn't in, you didn't know what the fuck was going on inside. But now, you my brother, so you going to benefit because everything we do on the inside going to benefit the whole community. And they wanted to kill that organization, but they couldn't. But they betted on the fact that Muhammad would be dead before the 80s, and he died in 1975. So him, along with all the other revolutionary speakers, they all either got killed, went away, or they ran them away, or they died.
Mm-hmm.
In the 80s, they injected their plan in the black communities, the drugs, the separating the black woman from the family, and then now look at us today. And they keep doing it to who? The black woman. The hair weave, the nails, the makeup, the clothes. Now they want her to not be Big Mama no more. They want her to be skinny mini bullshit. They black women tripping about their weight. I got to lose 100 pounds. Bullshit, too much concentration on appearances, on vanity. I never complained about my grandmother being Big Mama. I don't never remember one time in my mind I looked at my grandmother and said, "Ooh, she's fat." Never.
Yo, you know what you're saying that's so funny. I got my great grandmother, that was like the big mama. And so, you know, I never thought of that. And you know, right now I got some aunties, I got some great aunts who like that, but I never look at her and be like, "Oh, she's fat." It's just like she like a big mama, like that's
big mama.
And she is like, you know, and what you're saying, and what you're saying, you know, for people if they listen, it ain't about a health thing. It's about an attitude. Our attitude is so caught up into the Euro construct.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that we see as being right for ourselves. Well, we got to put our own right for our own selves. We have to say what's right for ourselves and stop utilizing, you know, their ideas for who we are and what we look like and what we should be, where we should be going. So, you know, I definitely agree with what you come across. I understand.
It's image and perception. They projecting it 24 hours a day on every media, communication, electronic that you can ever own or imagine to own. It's perception, and that's how they fucking with us, because that's not our way. And let me tell you, and like I say, anything I say I can show and prove. Go back and pull up the ancient Venus goddess. Pull it up. And all you going to see, and you keep on researching, all you going to see in the ancient times, back 35, 45, 60,000 years ago, where these hunkies them found artifacts and monuments to the thick black woman with the big thighs and the big ass and the big breasts. And they got them in their museums over in Switzerland and Ireland and places like this. They not here in America. But they all around the world in their museums, and they praising the black Venus goddess. And she's a big, thick woman. You understand what I'm saying? Pull it up. I got all this shit on my internet and in my files.
You know, I'm definitely aware of
the image of the ancient black woman from 100,000 years ago. If it wasn't nothing wrong with her then, what the hell is wrong with her today? See, I don't let them trip on me. I let them know that you need to go get you something to eat. That's what you need to do. Now, do we all want to be all ugly with it? No. She couldn't have been, them women couldn't have been ugly. And I mean, I got many pictures of different statuettes from different parts of the cradle of civilization in Africa, where they have found these artifacts in caves and in certain places where ancient villages were, and all of them look just like the Hottentotten. Remember her? Are you familiar with that? Sarah Bartman, the Hottentotten?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know about Sarah Bartman. Yeah, the Venus of Hottentot.
Right.
Very, very familiar with that. And actually, there's a very good documentary out. Her name is Sarah. They call it Sarah Bartman, Sergi. It's Sergi something, but it's Sarah Bartman.
Right.
Yeah.
But they found her in the 1700s. But the point I'm making, my brothers and sisters, is that's the image of the women that they saw all around the world. Everywhere the hunky went, that's what he saw. And now perception is they want to twist, because see, they planning on taking over this planet. So they want the image of the woman that they creating to be the goddess of love, the Venus, the godmother, to be the mother of civilization. It ain't happening. Not on my watch.
No, not on mine either. And, to add a point to that was one of the reasons when you say that about the Venus, the Hottentot Venus, that was one of the reasons that they came up with those dresses. The white woman came up with dresses that make her seem as though she had those dimensions, like the African woman.
That's it, absolutely right. Them bitches was so jealous, they started making them things that look like they was booties to put on the back of their dresses, up underneath their dresses, and make it look like they had booty. And then they made them corsets to push their breasts up so it looked like they had breasts. And then they made that other shit to pull their waistline in so to make it look like they had that hourglass. But you know what? Ain't nothing like the real thing. So they have, white woman has hated us. Now look at perception. While they are making black women go out here and do all this shit to themselves. Look at Kanye West's mother. She died trying to get liposuction. Right?
Mm-hmm.
While they perceiving and projecting this trajectory that black women are ugly because we got big butts, big thighs, big titties, and got a little cellulite, these bitches out here getting fake booties and titties.
Mm-hmm.
And lips. So what is wrong with you, black woman? See, I will be on the front line. Everybody want to talk about Shahrazad Ali. Let me tell you, Shahrazad is only picking at y'all emotions when she talk all that shit about, the black woman this and the black man that, and that ain't what we need to hear. Because, see, that ain't come from ancient times. We know we all fucked up. Ain't no doubt about that. But how do we get it back together? That's the issue. How do we get it back together? We get it back together by going back to ancient times and overstanding how it was then. Because, they so fucking stupid, they got the shit in the books. But what did they say in the 60s? You put the truth in the books, the niggas ain't gonna never read the books, so they ain't gonna never know the truth. That's what they said about us.
Mm-hmm.
So they so vain because they love history. They done wrote this shit in books. They got their archaeologists and scientists and psychologists and all that. Well, I don't even know how to say shit. They got them together, and they get together in their groups, and they write this book, and they put all this great history down, ancient history, world history, and they put it in books. And most of us don't read it, so we don't know what the hell really going on. But now we're reading it. So now our perception has to change. If we go back to who we were, Africa, fuck a Hebrew Israelite, Islamic Muslim, fuck a Christian of any denomination, a Jehovah's Witness, fuck a Rastafari, fuck all that shit. All we need to know is we Africa. That's all we need to know. That we the ancient ancestors of the gods and goddesses which make us the gods and goddesses today, no matter what the condition we're in. But now we have to be intelligent. We can't keep keep on just saying, yeah, we gods and goddesses, and we stay in the condition we in, we got to start making some moves. Change the perception. That's all they working with. 24 hours a day. You turn on your TV, what you hear? Weight loss this, buy this, workout bench here, workout machine here, diet pills here. Because they trying to change our perception about who? The black woman. It ain't geared toward the black man. It's to make the black woman hate herself and make her black man look at her without loving her, without respecting her, and without adoring her. Because we thick. We've been thick forever on this planet. Why should we have to change now? What's good enough 1,000, 100,000 years ago? Why it ain't good enough today? Oh wow, it's deep. I know it is. But we got to go back. You know, if you got that third eye, you can go back as far as you want to go, and I guarantee you, perception will come, and you will be able to see. This is the biggest fucking hoax that's ever been played on a people. Change their perception. Take their true God and goddess deity and turn it upside down and create a fucking Jesus and Christianity and tell them they are wrong and we are right. Jealousy. Why jealousy? Why greed? That's all it was. And they counting on us to continue hating ourselves so they can continue their plan. They want us to keep on looking at them with love in our eyes and wanting to mix with them and mingle with them and be like them. That's what they want. So they can do what? Sister Kalima, here you go. So they can genetically erase us off the damn planet. If selection and mutation worked against them, they have decided that it can work for them now. Why? If a black man have a baby by a white woman and that child grow up under the white domain and hate black and love white, and then that bitch or that girl, that boy go out and marry another white person, the goddamn melanin is going to be destroyed and is going to disappear after generations. That's fact. That's science. And that's what they counting on. It was on the internet that they have projected that in 2050 the population of America will look damn near gray, and everybody will be of a light hue. It will be no more dark.
You know, and I've seen some of that information too, where they were showing that that's what they were. We showed the projection of what the nation will look like.
Yes,
after we keep it on this same course. This is why immediate action is necessary.
That's right.
That's not something that we take lightly. I know the people on the line are taking it lightly, and to engage with the youth with the building of organized agenda and like you said, objectives. We definitely need that a singular objective that we can agree on. That, and listen, we need to make sure that we know that this is our main objective, because we know it's going to bring about this, that, and the third, regardless to whom or what.
Now check
regardless to whom or what, it's going to bring about.
Regardless, Elijah Muhammad, and I'm not giving him, not praising him. I'm just saying, as a black man in America, when everybody else was teaching this and that and the other, him and Malcolm, I know for sure, and we will deal with Malcolm a little later, but him and Malcolm, I know for sure, was teaching this. No mixing of the races. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, if that had continued from that time, which was the 40s, 50s, and the 60s when Elijah Muhammad was teaching that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We would not have any mixed kids today in our communities.
Yeah,
But what happened? They started going back wanting a white woman.
Yeah, the integration. They brought us that white and put that white woman all over TV.
Sure
splattered it all in everybody's face 24 hours a day. And gave, with the white man, he just gave his white woman up to us. Take her. He had done that already. See, this is not something that is new, though. He had done that already because I was part of his breeding process. I was taken in. I was part of his breeding process down in parts of what we would call, like Puerto Rico now, that they would take and ship white women down there to breed with the Africans there in order to create mulattoes there. So, that's just another thing.
That they knew eventually would be coming here. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They knew they eventually would be coming here, and because they were not light, and they had that long, so-called looking stringy hair, this would be tempting to our brothers' eyes. Because now we couldn't say, well, she's white. No, she's not white. She's a sub-white. So that made it okay. You see, that's what they felt like, that it was okay. But it wasn't okay because, like you said, them bitches was being manufactured down in them damn islands. But listen to this. Your brother, Elijah Muhammad, said before he died, the last trick, I got it in my literature right here in my room, the last trick, brothers, that they was going to play on you was to give you their white woman. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, you're right about that. You did say that. You did say that, too.
Said that.
Yeah, he did say that. I'll bear the witness. I recollect that. The last trick is the devil player gives his woman. And that's what that's what they're doing. We see it right out here.
And then so I'm one black woman. I'm gonna say it straight out, and I ain't jealous of no white woman because I got hair down my back, but it's black, thick, coarse black hair. I'm not jealous of no white woman because she got long hair because I got long hair. I got my own long hair and my daughter's. But I'm mad about this shit. When I see it, I want to throw up. Do you hear? When I see my brother, I don't care how ugly he is, how fat he is, how skinny he is, how intelligent he is, how broke he is. When I see a black man with a white bitch, I want to throw up. I'm immediately mad. And I ain't gonna apologize for that. Because that's my man. You see what I'm saying? She got one of my sister's men from somewhere. So I don't placate it. Well, I don't, well, you can't help who you love. Yes, the fuck you can. I don't go for none of that. None of that. I don't want to listen to it. I don't deal with people. People think like that. I don't even want to be around them. Because, see, it make me mad. I'd be and bust you upside your head. We can't afford that. Not now. We shouldn't have never allowed it to happen. It wasn't going on in the 50s and the 60s and the 40s. Not just because Elijah or other great orators like Malcolm X was saying it, but because you got a lot of states in this country who laws say black and white can't come together. If they did, they would have to leave their state or run to another city. So they laws did not want it to happen. So why would we want something that didn't want us in the first place? And as far as the black woman, during slavery, the black woman didn't have no choice. She couldn't say, no, white man, I don't want to lay with you. No, white man, don't rape me. No, white man, don't ravage me. But even at that, them kids were still slave kids. With no black and white half-breed children being born, mulattoes, to no black man and white woman doing slavery. If a white woman slept with a black man doing slavery, they would kill her and the nigger. And don't let her get pregnant. Because when she had the baby and they seen that baby had any black in it, they would kill the baby at birth, kill the bitch, and kill the black slave too. The only kids were being born that were part black, part white was the children by the slave master's slave woman. And in Henry Berry's speech, when you read it, sometime this week. I hope you do. Next time we come together, we'll all be on the same page when it comes to that. That was the way they decided in the 1800s that they would manufacture slaves that they said would last forever. These people have it in their mind, and they've been having it in their mind ever since they started the slavery, that this was going to last forever.
Mm-hmm.
And though we can say what we want to, we're not free today. We are not free. We have never been free. The Jamaicans fought for their freedom. The Haitians fought for their freedom. The Dominicans fought for their freedom. Most of the island brothers fought for their freedom in the Western, and I'm talking about blacks in the Western Hemisphere. But the blacks in America, we did never fight for our freedom. They let us go free. It's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
See, when you are let free and yet still being controlled, are you really free?
Nobody can give you freedom. Freedom is something you take on your own. That's why they had to let us free, so then they can control the context of your freedom.
And that's why now we want true liberation. We want true freedom.
Yeah. And you ain't gonna have to. You can't ask for it. You're gonna have to take it. And
that's why I'm saying I'm ready to go to Washington. If our objective is to do it, I'm ready to go. We just gonna have to. Sometime we got to be like Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman. We got to steal away, come together. If it take all night to come to an objective to get something down on paper, we got to be willing to do it. When we come together, we can't be coming together just to eat, some bean soup and eat some fish and eat some vegetables and drink some wine and smoke a joint. If we gonna do all that, we still got to be about that business all day, all night.
No, and I agree with that. I agree. You know what? And I'm listening. I'm taking all of this in because the young blood said that they got a little meeting that they got going on, and he's gonna invite me to to their little session.
But look, let me know. I'll come.
Oh, we up here in Connecticut. They just growing. They just now getting themselves together. So I just want to pull the ear. We can definitely figure out a way to get them online,
Right. When you work with them, see what they really want to do, and then when you look, is power in numbers. So even if you got a few of us to come up there with you to show them that you ain't by yourself, you see.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what the youth need to see is some elders they can connect with.
Yeah.
Because that's like mother and the child coming back together. You see.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they've been counting on, keeping our children disconnected from us. So that's all I'm saying. I don't mean right away, but when you think you got it's time, you should let some of us know. And I know I'm willing to go. I'm willing to go.
No, definitely. And I thank you for that. For being willing to come out for the youth.
No
and we're definitely gonna put that together.
Well, I'm in Ohio. I'm in the Ohio area.
All right.
Okay. So we gonna hook up on the internet so we can start vibing with one another. Sister Kalima, I don't know.
It's Camilla. Hold on. It's Sister Camilla. I want to make sure that we get this.
Sister Camilla, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I kept saying I swear I hear Ellen there, and then
the
last time you just said
it. Kalima, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Camilla.
Sister Camille, right. Song sister. I'm loving her. I love to hear her talk. And so we got to get together, sister. You understand? Because there ain't a lot of us. Look on this line. It's just me and you.
You're holding the foot down. Sister Camille, where you at? Beautiful yet. I can't see the line. I know she's out there.
Well, she hear me. And if she hear me, she want to work, and we could come together. She can contact you, whatever information, because I'll give you my information. You can just give it on to her.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, she a strong sister. I love her. I love the way she thinks. We need to get together so we can get these sisters on the revolutionary vibe for real.
Mm-hmm.
For real. And that's all it's gonna take. Look, we got to be like the Bible say, be like thieves in the night. You understand what I'm saying? They might hear us talking right now, but when we get ready to make our move, they ain't gonna know where the hell it's gonna be and when and what time.
Mm-hmm.
We got to be like thieves in the night. You know, I don't know if y'all ever heard about it. Maybe you can do some research on this. But you know, it used to be a group of men they used to call the Minutemen back in the 30s and the 40s. And they were the type of brothers that didn't have no family, but they all knew each other and they worked together. And you know what they used to do? They used to go around from town to state getting justice, killing white people. They would kill them and be gone. They come into town, lay low, kill some hunkies, and go. You see? They never knew who they was, and they never caught them. That's why they would go around just killing up a bunch of niggas thinking they was killing them, you see? But the Minutemen, they were straight up and down about their business. They never had no families. They never had no children. That was the downside. They could never be stabilized, you see? See if you could pull it up. See if you could pull it up. I came across it many, many years ago. And then my dad, being, you know, as old as he is, me and my dad always talked. And he kind of blew that in my ear one day, that there was a group of men like that went around America getting justice. Might not have been a lot of it, would have been in spurts, but they got justice for black people. They killed up a bunch of hunkies, and nobody ever found out who they was, and they never brought them to justice. But what I'm saying is we got to be like that. We got to be like thieves in the night. We got to be about our business. If it take all night, it's all right. You know, have enough of us that we go in shifts. If you get tired, you go to sleep, and then I take your place, and we get back to business. Okay, yeah, this is what we got to do. Okay, now what about this? Da-da-da-da-da. Woo, woo, woo. You know what I'm saying? And when we leave, we got something done. We ain't going to leave and we still guessing. We already got it down.
I'll say.
Yeah, I'm enjoying myself. I thank you so much. And I'm not trying to take over nothing. But you know what? I know from the climate out here, and I done been around in the rooms, you see, and I could tell the climate is not where it should be. So when I do find a group where the climate is right, I know it's that time where I got to drop what I got to drop. You see what I'm saying?
No, and we don't mind that. That's why we're sitting back. We sitting back listening. You know, all of us have been diligent enough to listen, you know, to elders at some other point in time in life. So when somebody come by who's been around for a little while and want to drop some wisdom, you know, we'll park our feet.
And you know what? And it's
you
okay.
kicked it with the general, Queen. I got to roll with everything you say, Black Power.
Now, I'm rolling with you, brother, Black Power. You understand, for real. Because, I mean, that's just what time it is. And I'm on my program every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, dropping that science. You know, we got to
give me some more information. What's good with it? What's your program at?
The number, I can give you the number.
Hold on. Hold black real quick.
All right. Because we got to get out of this division. All of this division and these sects we all divided up in, it came from Christianity. It came from when they divided time. You see, if the ancient history says 60,000 years ago it took for us to create this beast on this planet, then after he got power, after about 2,000 years, 3,000 years, then he changed time. Or actually, we should be living in the 62nd thousand year.
Yeah.
But we living in what? 2015. Why? Because the white man changed time. When they got that damn Christianity developed, then they said, boom, now we starting at year one again. Who the fuck are they?
Brother Little, that sound like you, huh?
That's why. I got nothing to say, shit.
Wait a minute, bruh. How they got the audacity to change motherfucking time?
But Billy said they ain't got no more time than that. He said they ain't got no more time than 2,000 years. He said the conqueror always tell you how long you've been around. You ain't got no time nowhere.
But the bad thing about it now is they got black people thinking we only been on the damn planet for 6,000 years.
Nah.
That fucking Bible got black people thinking, boom, 6,000 years ago the earth was made, and then behold, the light came out of the darkness, and man created Adam and Eve in the Garden of damn Eden. You can't get most black people to think beyond 6,000 years.
They can't.
I know. And now you got some of these, and I'm going to just bring it out because, see, I ain't scared. Then you got niggas like Plight and them talking about just 7,000 years, talking about Egyptology. Fuck that shit. 7,000 years from today.
Who said that shit?
You know, Plight.
Who said that? Oh, you polite?
I'm talking about the House of Conscience. You know they want all that.
Hold on. You said polite. Polite said 7,000 years. You know, Polite believe in aliens, man. He believes he's from Dr. York Clan. He's from Dr. York Clan. You know, we don't take nothing that Polite say too far.
Okay, well, good. Because my point is, ain't no 7,000 years. Now let's be clear. Okay, 2,000 years. Plus 2,000 onto that, that's 5,000 years. 2,000 years onto that before the white man changed time. Now, let's just forget that. You just going to deal with the 2,000 years and 2,000 years before that. 7,000 years ago, man was on the decline already.
Listen, I got a book, the pre-dynastic history of Egypt. This shit got pottery from 25,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago in it. So I don't want to hear no shit, we only been here 7,000.
Thank you. Absolutely. So with that said, who in the hell said they can change time? And wait a minute.
Oh, man, I can't believe the Queen said that. Yo, listen, man, I'm saying, I don't know if look. And if y'all listening, man, don't take Polite too far, man. If y'all listen, look. Y'all don't be too conscious. Because I'm telling you, you got to be more. I would rather take some people. I'm going to tell y'all this honestly, right? I was thinking about this and discussing this situation. And, I would rather have somebody who was 10% conscious and 90% active. There's somebody who was 90% conscious and 10% active. We can get somewhere. You got the energy to do something. We can get somewhere. I can't do nothing with people who just know some shit.
Polite now talking about their Mercedes and all that shit. That shit's wicked. I don't care what nobody say.
Nah, we don't mess with them. We don't mess with that. That's clown shit. That's that new personality cult. Like I said, he's a product of He's a product of his father, Dr. Malachi Z. York, a.k.a. Pimpin' the Pedophile.
Papa Doc, don't forget that.
Yeah.
That's it, Papa Doc.
Yeah, Papa Doc.
I know all about him.
He's
all about him.
These are mystery men right here, so we can't take anything that they say but so far because at the end of the day, their doctrine is about the white man. We are our own worst enemy. He said enough with that. When he said that the white man ain't the devil and black people are their own worst enemy,
that's
and
crazy.
the black woman is God, he automatically put me on the we not friend list. Because when you say all of this at one time, this automatically estimates to me that the black man is the devil. The black man is the worst thing on the planet. When you say that the white man ain't the devil, this includes his woman. The black woman is God, but we are our own worst enemy. So if we are our own worst enemy, who is the problem? It can't be God.
I hear you.
So I don't trust no man who's sitting there pulling no trick like that.
It's definitely got to be a balance. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I I've never dug that either, not at all. And now that they're getting all materialistic, I find it hard to even listen to them anymore. You know,
nothing that they're saying is of interest. They've already shown me that they have actual police that they deal with, who they know. You know, some people know that they were police and stuff like that. Once we start getting into areas of that nature and all of this back and forth bickering, where we've not seen anything that really delves inside of a political type of field, because some of the things that you're talking about, I wonder why we haven't had elders such as Baba Automatics on, someone who could deal with our political situation and try to bring us together with some type of agenda, you know, showing us a credible objective that we can go after as a people. And those are the people that, you know, I don't see those people up there. It's more of the, it's more of the, I guess I would say spiritual feel-good, historical feel-good type of information. You know, it's not really, you know, it's going to make you feel good to know it, but it's not really anything to make you politically aware.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what we need, political awareness. And that's what I think is lacking in the house of consciousness with two O's.
Yeah, right. I don't call it nothing but some foolishness myself. That goes for all of them. You know what I'm saying? This is my point. Once we realize our true ancient ancestry and our true ancient origin in the cradle of civilization back hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago, none of that existed then. No, we did not start breaking up into tribes and sect and becoming sectacular until the migration up out of the cradle of civilization, which took place about 60,000 years ago. Until then, man was content, living amongst one another in peace and harmony and love, with everything they had around them, all the resources they needed. It was only those disgruntled ones that wanted to leave the cradle and go out into the other lands. And when they did, they became subhuman beings. They became less melanin, and they became savages. And so now we're trying to get back to there. You know, Israelite ain't nothing but a sub-melanin human being, point blank, period. So all of them are. That go for the Arabs. That go for all of them. And the Bible tells you this if you can read it with understanding.
Well, you know, we definitely.
I mean, we ain't into that, but it will for those who know how to read and understand it.
No, I'm saying I agree. I was saying I agree with your standard.
Somebody got to be able to get them Christians out of that Bible.
No, I agree with your standing on that these are some type of subhuman type of creatures, and we can always debate it sometimes what type of creature they are, but that is neither here nor there. The fact is that they are not like it unto us. They are unalike.
They are
unalike.
We are Africa. We are the black woman from the cradle of civilization in the crescent of Africa. Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah,
that's how I began, point blank, period. And so, and you know, that's what the fight is about. They want to control that part over there where they know life began on this planet. That's all this fight is about.
Well, I don't know how long the show is going to run today, and because we can't end it, I would have stopped it a little while ago. But
yes,
because
sir.
we can't,
I yield.
No, I was just going to say because. All right, because we can't end it, though. No, this is what I was about to say. I don't know what time it's going to end. It might end in another 45 minutes, but it might end in another 30 minutes. I really don't know right now because we're running into some of the later times.
This. When the energy is high like that, you soar with it until it's ready to rest. I understand that because, believe me, this is not my first rodeo. I have been in conferences like this with my other brothers and sisters, and we be on this type of plateau, and we probably be on the phone all night. We look around the sun coming up. So I'm not trying to push my brothers and sisters there because, see, I'm not just talking. I'm soaring because it's doing my heart good to know that what I'm sharing is being resonated. You see?
No, I just wanted the people to know, to understand that it might hang up on them.
Yeah, they can go ahead.
At this time, so,
yeah,
you know,
Brother B, so let me get the info from the Queen real fast so I can peep her out tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Here it is. 619.
What's that? It was breaking up.
I'm sorry. 619.
619.
393.
393.
28. 69, and I be on from 4 to 7 every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you can't make it, calling in, we do have the archives. You know what I'm saying?
On the West Coast, what is that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time.
All right, word up.
Word.
I'm in Cali.
Hey, look, we got to come together. It's just simple as that. And then, you know what? When them Romans went around and started killing motherfuckers and developed this civilization, this Babylon they have created, it was just a few good men at first. You understand? The reason why their armies got big is because after they came in and strong-armed this village and that village and this city and that city, they told the motherfuckers, now come on and join us or die. You see?
Oh, yeah, I'm on that Che Guevara. I know how Che got Cuba.
Right. All we need is a few good men. You understand what I'm saying?
144,000. That's it.
All right, that 144,000. Like Elijah said, all we need is 144,000 to cube and square the root.
Yeah, I'm on.
All right. All right, I'm going to go because I homeschool my children. I do have to get up in the morning.
And I do too. I got therapy in the morning. Because, you know,
I'm loving it. Now, when the next time y'all gonna have a program? So I know.
Our program is on. We'll be on next Thursday, and that'll be our think tank day.
Thursday and Saturday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
Saturday. Yep.
6:30 West Coast time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now look, the brother he gonna hit me up on my Facebook. You send me that information, and then we'll start communicating, and then the rest of us can link up. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, then. So Black Power, one love, forever. You understand? We got to do this, or all of our babies gonna be fucking slaves by 2050.
Nah, that ain't happening.
It ain't happening. I feel it's not on my watch. All right.
All right, Queen. Bless
out with you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. All right, VB48. Yeah, family. I don't know what time this show is going to end because of the miscue within the show link and everything.
Look, man, I'm about to, do my Bob thing, shoot me up some crackers on the game. The Queen got me hyped. Fuck it. You know what I mean?
She came out with, that was what she was saying though about organizing in order to have that, that strong constitution or that word that where we can put it out to everybody. This is what it is.
I mean, I understand that. As long as she, she said what she know what it is. I know them crackers ain't gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Long as she said that too. She said, we know they ain't gonna agree. Yeah, we know. That's all right. As long as you know, like I know, they ain't gonna agree to that.
Yeah.
But it's an understanding of what you. I understand what you were saying about how you want to make sure that the rest of the world have an understanding that we is ready to get the show rocking.
I understand the ring she was talking about. That's that email I sent out about that soldier shit. So, I'm quite aware of what she's talking about. You know what I mean? My whole thing is just, hey, you're going to have to pick up these straps now and don't be trying to discourage the soldiers acting like we can't win. That's just one thing I can't have.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't be throwing no motherfucking, negativity out like that. Like, nigga, man. But this cracker would never won no war without us, man.
That's
we
why
undefeated
I warrior was. We warriors. We are warriors. That's why I thought we was warriors, man. We warriors. This is softball out here. We warriors. We strong warriors.
We undefeated, home team. That's all I'm saying. Listen,
we didn't even start fighting back. That's what I'm saying. How you lose?
They really don't want these problems. They know they really don't want these problems. That's why you don't declare war like that. You better try to trick these mother. You better do that. It's a frog in a crock pot, bro. You know, they gotta slowly cook us. They can't just turn the heat up. Motherfuckers gonna be like, hold on, homie. You know, so you know. But hey, she rode with the general, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up and see what the queen talking about. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, you rode with Dr. Khaled, but damn, you know.
I will check out what she was talking about up here in Ohio, in Cleveland. His information out.
No,
you know.
Let's see.
Well,
I'm saying no stupid shit.
No, yeah, she wasn't talking no integration, so you know, everybody, you know, we want to give everybody a little chance to speak. As long as you ain't talking no integration and no shit like that, like you know,
I was feeling it.
It's time for the kumbaya.
My only thing is just make sure we're gonna be about that action, and don't be telling us that we can't do it. That's the only things I can't take. Man.
I'll say I'm with you on that one, Brother Little.
But shit, fuck that. I believe in the impossible, motherfucker. I know we can do this shit. You better see some shit you ain't never seen before.
I know
we can win. Glorious.
I already know we can win. The win already belongs to us. We just ain't took it yet. We just ain't took it. We got to take that shit. Oh, now we got to punch him. Yeah, I hear you.
Look, my nigga, it's not only that. You can't go into it already thinking you can't win in the first place. Like
there you go, home team.
All Americans, bro. Like I bought Native Americans, bro. They were so good with the motherfucking guerrilla warfare, man. You know what I'm saying? They end up having to teach the white folks how to do that shit so they can win the next war. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, like I want that, comrade.
I know Lil G's out here, my nigga, know the hood better than anybody, my nigga. Know better than anybody. They know all the cracks and crevices out here, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like niggas.
And they strapped up, right?
Nigga. You hear me, bro? You hear me?
Yeah,
nigga. No, we don't, yo, home team. We definitely understand where you're coming from, family. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, we got to know that the fight is something that we, regardless of whom or what, if you want it or not, it's already there. So you might as well go ahead and look to it as a victory. Because we can't look at nobody. Nobody got it. You a weak man if you look at any fight as a loss before you even engage in the motherfucking man.
Give me some. Yeah, that's Black Power on that. You know. Hey, home team. What's your name and where you from, home team? This is Brother Little right here from Cali.
So this Black Cloud, bro. You hear me? I'm from Dallas, man. I'm out here in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? From Marlington, DFW Metroplex, man. But I'm just telling you, man, that's how I rock, bro. I mean, when we was young, when we was the youngsters out here, bro, couldn't no old nigga tell us about the neighborhood, bro, about where shit went down and shit like that. Because niggas knew. You know what I'm saying? You hear me, bro?
I hear you, Black man.
My nigga. They not dumb, bro. They just need to be directed, my nigga. Y'all just real homies, bro, and they be straight, bro. You hear me? These hoes, my nigga, you can take your hood, my nigga, and fucking, you know what I'm saying? Let where them hoes can't come in that bitch, my nigga. Real shit, my nigga. Real shit,
hey, I feel you, 1,000, nigga.
Now that's what and that's what most of the people on the line, man. You know what I mean? If you ain't doing that now, that's what you should be doing. I engage in that practice on a regular basis, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel you though, Black man, you know? But yeah, you can't never go into like motherfucking Mayweather can't go thinking anybody can beat him when he get in that ring. I mean, y'all know he the best. Surely. You know what I mean?
You got to think about this too, man. Back then, bro, them women, man, them women from the Native American, man, they knew the white folks was coming and they would go kill their kids too, my nigga. They started training up the little ones early, bro, knowing they were gonna have to hug them hoes out. You know what I'm saying? Not to be scared of them hoes, not to be scared of them hoes at all, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
But to be ready for them hoes, my nigga.
That's number one. That's why I said that's what you got to be ready. If you ain't willing to homeschool your kids, man, then you really outside of what's going to need to be going on, because you're going to have to train them kids how to be soldiers, warriors, whatever you want to say about them, but they're going to have to be trained up in the art of war. That's all aspects of war.
Yeah, man. Shit, it's all that shit. Soldiers be building motherfucking dams and shit, bro.
But what we doing is building bridges.
Motherfuckers be trying to protect their kids from that shit, or to hide their kids from that shit, to act like it ain't gonna happen, my nigga, or act like this world is changing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Bullshit.
No, this shit ain't.
They gonna have to learn how to defend themselves. That's for sure.
This shit ain't changing. This shit getting worse, motherfucker. If you don't teach your kids now, man, the motherfucker be listening to goddamn young thugs doing the motherfucking boy twerking shit.
Square business.
Yeah, I don't want to be alive seeing that shit. I can't be here for that, brother.
Nah, we ain't. I'm saying that's why the stop is right here. Everybody got the opportunity to really get into their own community. You know what I'm saying? Right. Grab up a couple of little youngsters, you know what I'm saying, and make sure that you put that shit down into their mind. You grow world life, man. If you drop them seeds, man, trust me, man, them shit's going to grow. And until you be able to get you a strong little nucleus like the Queen was talking about, you know what I'm saying, you make sure you drop them seeds and go pull. Go look. You got to go recruiting, you know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. You got to go recruiting. No, I know a lot of people don't finish their little things, you know what I'm saying? You got to go recruit.
You right about that?
Yeah, man. Recruiting, that's number one, man. You know, it's just like any other thing that you're dealing in, man. You got to have
just like building a basketball team, brother. You got to go recruit, bro.
Yeah, man. You got to have your shit together. Yeah, man. You got to have your agenda together and go recruit.
Shit, man. I need a point guard, and we need motherfucking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You feel me?
Right?
Yeah.
But definitely, you know what I mean, we definitely had a two-part. We had a two-part elder listen to today.
You know it's meant to be, man. Ain't no accidents, brother.
Nah, definitely.
It was hard, bro. I had to sit back and just listen, man. You know what I'm saying? She started just dropping too many gems for a second there, like that. Let me be quiet. So.
Well, okay, shit. And what can you say? You feel me? You got a problem with what she's saying? I don't know how, brother.
No, she's powerful. She's definitely powerful, you know what I mean? It's just an understanding. That's all it is, because you know that's all it is.
Yeah, that's what it was.
You know, that's all it be is how I was looking at it, just an understanding, because I know where she. Because of where she at, she just was like, yo, listen, we just gotta have that framework together, because at the end of the day, they're gonna say no, and we're gonna have to be prepared to back up what we're saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And once you come with that, and once you get the framework together, it's automatic that you gotta come to the point that we're gonna have to back this up. That's gonna be part of the framework. How are we gonna back this up? Because you can't put no demands on nobody. And you ain't got no way. Yeah, you ain't got no way that if they say no, you put no pressure on them. If you ain't got no way to put no pressure on them, man, then you can't be demanding nobody to do nothing. If you take pressure.
Well, that's true.
It's like, what? You gonna do what to me? Nigga, please, give you what? Are you gonna do what? What you gonna do? That's the first thing they gonna ask. What you gonna do? Do it then. Do it, man. We don't want to hear that. Do it. Do what you say you're going to do. Show me you got the power. But I understand about that call, that doing something like that would be able to make a call to the international people out there, because that is something that's true. People look at the black man and woman in America as a guide for what we need to be doing. We were waiting for us to stand up. Everybody know our story. They know our story. Everybody know our story. If we don't know it well, everybody know our story.
Yeah, they know it better than us.
They come here and exploit us because they know the story.
Yeah, she right though. I mean, that's how you gotta do it. As long as you down the squad, and you know, that's all I'm worried about. You ain't trying to be no chicken shit, right? You know, we gonna get them up, right? As long as you know we gonna get them up. I let y'all go do all the talking. I'm cleaning Darth Vader crew. I'm rolling with the Darth Vader crew. I don't do no. Right.
So y'all go bring them the paperwork. Go check them because we know they ain't gonna listen. But just make that declaration so it be said that look, man, we taking off on our own. Why? Because y'all don't fly straight. You know what a horse is? Because a pig that don't fly straight, and you don't fly straight.
You feel me? And I'll be outside while y'all laying them down. You know, that's my role, nigga. I'm with the Vader crew outside, man. You know, I ain't got no words. I ain't got nothing to say, man. I'm about that action. I'm on that Marshawn Lynch shit, huh? I'm about that action, dog. I ain't, you know, I don't even say nothing to the Peckerwood. I already know what I want to do to this motherfucker. Really? I told me, you about to get down with a motherfucker. You ain't no more talking. You just take off. Yeah.
You
don't wait for a nigga to bomb on you. You might not wake up, nigga. All right, Tupac, plan, plot, strategize, and bomb first. So I'm with that. You know. But yeah, family, I know you got to go, man. You know,
it's like a few strong soldiers. Yeah, man. I'm gonna
everybody can't make it. They gonna die anyway from diseases or some other shit.
Some shit. Yeah, man. Everybody not gonna make it. No, I hope everybody has gotten a one stop. I hope everybody has gotten at least one stop gas mask for themselves and started to purchase them for their family.
Shit. You know. Hey, man. You know, we can do this shit, man. It ain't hard, man. Shit. Just gotta have the balls to do it. Shit. Like Malcolm said, America ain't won a war. They ain't gonna win a war. They ain't won one. These motherfuckers be getting defeated.
Yeah, they got a bomb on the ground.
Yeah, they can't do nothing on the ground. Gonna get your ass served. You can't even fight.
Yeah, they can't win nothing on the ground. They got to try to do some super fly over bomb by night shit. That's the problem. That's one of the problems that they have with us as being here in the wilderness of North America. Is their problem with dealing with the fact that we are on the ground also with them.
Man, they know we like cockroaches, man. You can't kill all the roaches, baby. This shit's impossible. Believe me, I raided a lot of houses, nigga. These motherfuckers all don't die. They get immune to this shit after a while. I'm trying to tell you. Most resilient creature on Earth. Most resilient creature on Earth.
Yeah. Hey, about this. Well, listen, family, I'm about to jump off for the night because I got therapy in the morning. Get myself together. So,
yeah.
With that being said, though, I definitely thank everybody for coming out tonight. It was definitely a good show to be checking us out in all kinds to be looking good. We'll finish that up. We'll come through, check us out on Think Tank Thursday. We'll have the elder Dr. Palmer coming in. Dr. Palm. Okay, Palmer. We have the elder Dr. Palm coming in. and he'll be getting it in with us. We're doing this thing where we discussing his website, pro se, pro per, and some legal, some things that you can do if you have any type of legal ramifications. Also, some slick ways if you getting violated by Tamahus, and you might be able to come up on a couple $1,000 real quick. There's some slick things that you might need in your life, and you might be able to utilize in order to come up on a little bit of bread on the table, or to be able to get out of certain sticky situations dealing with the law and making sure that you go in there and represent your own self. We'll also be dealing with a little bit of that information that he was dropping on the Germ Man. The brother's also, has been dealing with archaeology, so we're just going to get in there and have an all-around good time and listen to the elder come drop some jewels on us. So y'all please come on in. And again, this will be a special time. This Think Tank Thursday will be a special time, which will be 11 p.m. Eastern. It'll be 8 p.m. on the west side, the best side. You know how you got to do it if you line up in between. I know out there in Dallas it should be 10. So, y'all come on in, get it in, park your feet, and, make it do what it do. We'll also see our Slaughterhouse Saturday, which that'll be at the normal time, which is 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 on the west side. We'll be ending the creation of Christianity. We'll be ending that off with part 4. We're going into the Crusade. We'll be dealing with the time period about 1100 of the Common Era on, closer to, we would say, almost the 13th century, right there, close to 1195. We'll be dealing right up in that area, right there with a couple of dates right before then, just to bring the context to the Crusades, and then we'll be walking through that and showing some of the organization of the people there and how the ever-evolving Christian faith was growing. So with that being said, I'd like again thank everybody for coming out. I'd like to praise Nat Turner, glory to God, long live the spirit of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, praise Harriet Tubman, glory to Ida B. Wells, and long live the spirit of Sister Fannie Lou Hamer. Beautiful holy game.
Crack it in the trunk.
House nigga too. Oh, I can't end it, so everybody gotta hang up.
Word, Black Power.